Otherwise, our content is going to be suppressed. Charlie, thank you very much for calling. Larry over.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Last week, Kamala Harris met the press for the first time since being anointed her party's nominee. If you can call a gentle 18-minute, heavily edited interview with her running mate actually meeting the press. It's clear why Harris is so reluctant to take questions from the media. She isn't good at thinking on her feet and has a tenuous grasp of policy. She's deeply insecure and lacks self-confidence. But when Harris won't talk to the press, she's not just disrespecting them. She's disrespecting us. Kamala Harris owes Americans a straightforward explanation of her views and why she's changed them. We're entitled to know where she wants to lead our country and why. The press is on Harris's side. She may figure she can get away with hiding. But if she keeps doing it, Americans are right to conclude it's because she's got something to hide. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
This is Chicago's election station. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app. Or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer.
No school the rest of the week in Barrow County, Georgia. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The day after a high school shooting.
I just was like, this isn't real. This can't be happening.
A friend of his, one of the two students killed. 2 math teachers also died. Another teacher and 8 other students wounded and hospitalized until school resource officers stopped the gunman at Appalachia High School.
He has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult.
Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director Chris Hosey, that suspect is a 14-year-old student, Colt Gray, and he'd been under scrutiny before.
The FBI saying, quote, in May 2023, the FBI received several anonymous tips about online threats to commit a school shooting at an unidentified location and time. The online threats contained photographs of guns, and the subject denied making the threats online. There was no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional law enforcement action.
Fox's Brooke Singman. Vice President Harris reacted while campaigning in New Hampshire.
Our hearts are with all the students, the teachers, and their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy.
And calling for stricter gun laws to end what the vice president says is an epidemic of gun violence. Former President Trump, in a statement, called the shooter a deranged monster, then told Fox's Hannity town hall forum in Pennsylvania last night.
Well, it's a sick and angry world for a lot of reasons. And we're going to make it better. We're going to heal our world.
There is a hearing today in the Trump 2020 election interference criminal case, the first one since the indictment was revised by the special counsel after the Supreme Court's immunity ruling for former presidents. And jury selection starts today for Hunter Biden. He's already been convicted on felony gun charges. Now, President Biden's son is going on trial for tax evasion. America's listening to Fox News.
66 degrees at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A 30-year-old charged with killing 4 people on board a CTA train must remain in custody until trial. Ronnie Davis made a first court appearance Wednesday after being charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder.
The defendant positioned himself in front of victim Collins, who raised his hand in a defensive posture.
Assistant State's Attorney Eugene Wood describing how Davis wore a mask and started shooting the victims on 2 train cars of a CTA L-line train headed to Forest Park.
There were 3 sleeping passengers on board the car with the defendant.
Attorneys offered few details about Davis, whose criminal history, briefly outlined by prosecutors, included a 2020 arrest for disorderly conduct. Davis's next court date is set for September 27. And this morning, more questions surrounding government officials in Chicago after 2 separate shootings left those 4 train passengers dead and a CTA worker wounded as well. Jim Talamonte has more from our Loop Bureau.
On the same day, murder charges were announced in connection with the fatal shooting of 4 people on a CTA Blue Line train. A CTA in a drive-by shooting outside Howard Station on the CTA Red Line. CTA President Dorval Carter said the CTA works closely with police to provide safety.
In the surveys and discussion that we have had, what our customers are looking for is a more visible police presence.
Carter explained CTA spending on security in addition to police presence on buses and trains.
The purpose of security guards serves the same purpose as ambassadors, which is to enforce rules of conduct and to provide other support.
The CTA allocated $65 million to security services in its proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. I'm Jim Talamonte.
19 are recovering following a crash that involved a prisoner transport vehicle in Lake County. Grace Lake police tell us officers there responded to Route 120 and Haynesville Road after a prisoner transport vehicle transporting 16 to the McHenry County Jail collided with a car attempting to make a left-hand turn. Most of the injured were sent to the hospital for evaluation. The accident is under investigation. A woman with a valid FOID card shot and killed a man who broke into her home Wednesday in the Austin neighborhood of Chicago. Police say 2 gunmen broke into the residence and flashed guns. A 23-year-old woman inside also pulled out a gun, and a shootout ensued. One of the gunmen was hit in the chest and later died. The other man ran off. Former COO of a suburban company that sold COVID-19 test kits is being sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for embezzling more than $1.85 million in company funds. The man must serve the sentence after completing his federal sentence for an earlier fraud scheme from the early days of the pandemic in 2020. An investigation is underway after a man was found shot to death on Chicago's South Side. Police say the victim was discovered in a vehicle yesterday in the 4000 block of South King Drive. No arrests have been made. A Union Pacific employee died Wednesday after being struck by a Metra train in Wisconsin. The crash happened around noon along the UP North Line in Kenosha. It's unclear how the man was hit by the train. He has been identified as 34-year-old Austin Raisby of Burlington, Wisconsin. North Riverside police said a car fleeing a traffic stop struck and injured a man Wednesday night. It happened after 6 p.m., and officers were trying to curb a car related to a matter that happened earlier in the day at the North Riverside Park Mall. During the stop, the car fled the scene, heading toward Harlem Avenue, when it struck that pedestrian. Police say the driver then fled on foot, and the investigation is ongoing. Illinois Secretary of State's office trying to reverse a major decline in teen registrations for the state's organ donor program. Secretary of State Alexi Giannoulias saying Illinois has experienced a 38% decrease in the number of new organ donor registrants.
We don't have the data to really inform us as to why it is. I mean, we've looked at it, we've thought about it, and there are a million contributing factors. I actually feel, with social media and the ability for information to get out there, that the number should be reversed.
The decline follows legislation passed in 2018 that allowed 16 and 17-year-olds to register. Chicago Red Stars are set to honor their 2 Olympic gold medalists on Sunday. Women's soccer team will honor goalkeeper Alyssa Nair, forward Mallory Swanson.
Having her just support through that all, I think, meant the world.
You may recall Swanson scored the lone goal of the Olympic gold medal match in the 57th minute of that game. The news, a service of Blue Star Security. Support our police and hire the police to personally protect you and your business. Visit online to schedule a free security consultation at bluestarsecuриtyllc.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris will meet on the debate stage for the first time on September 10th. And AM 560 is throwing a debate watch party, and we want you to join us. Join Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and fellow AM 560 listeners on Tuesday, September 10th at Moretti's Unique Events in Hoffman Estates for a buffet dinner, followed by the debate. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/debate. That's 560theanswer.com/debate.
Hey, I'm going to let you in on a little wireless hack that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, they want you to believe that you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Well, here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need. Now, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data that you actually need. For example, for $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot. $25. And do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? Well, you can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, and watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Check in with one of Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team members. No contract assigned, no activation fee, and you can even keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month from Pure Talk.
Did you and your family lose Illinois Medicaid and need health coverage? Check this out. You may be eligible to enroll in a low-cost health plan at healthcare.gov. With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov offers quality plans that cover doctor visits, prescriptions, emergency care, and more. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Protecting and growing your retirement assets can be complicated. From asset and legacy protection to retirement income and extended care, you need a plan. Mark Kohler, host of Retirement and Income Radio, heard Sundays at 11 a.m., helps retirees in or near retirement protect their accounts from market volatility. Mark can help you create lifetime guaranteed inflation-hedged income. Call Mark today at 844-619-SAFE. That's 844-619-7233. And listen this Sunday at 11 a.m. to Retirement and Income Radio.
510 on AM 560, The Answer. Yeah, I know, I didn't mention the Cubs had a combined no-hitter last night, beat the Pirates 12-0. Even the White Sox won last night. We'll get to them in a little bit. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that, of course, in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center service of Mattress Firm. It's the best sale of the year. Labor Day sale, $900 savings on select adjustable mattresses from Stearns & Foster, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy. Get a $300 instant gift card for pillows and more. On the roads, jamming up already on northbound 57 between US 30 and Fulmer. Delays on Lakeshore Drive, all due to road work, especially on the southbound side as you look at the on-ramps from Hollywood and Bryn Mawr. I-80 construction until 6. Westbound off-ramp to Hobart Road. West side this morning, major structure fire gumming up the intersection of Homan and Jackson. Chicago Fire is on that scene. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Ruth O'Brien.
For today, sunshine mixing with clouds, very warm with high 88, cloudy tonight with a couple of showers and thunderstorms, low 63. Breezy, cooler tomorrow with times of clouds and sun with an afternoon shower, high up to 71. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
66 O'Hare, 68 Midway, 57 Aurora, 70 Lakefront. Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Raj Shah, host of Unleash Your Wealth.
You know, there are a lot of clients and people coming in from the radio into our office saying, I don't want to lose any money. I need to protect the money I have saved over the last 20 or 30 years, where you have strategies where you can structure an income stream where it has an inflation protection so that as inflation, if it continues to go up, your income will go up.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Quick delivery service. What do you need delivered today?
Hi, I'm trying to work through a last-minute to-do list for my boss. Can you deliver a hard drive to the Loop in Chicago?
We can deliver that today.
Okay, can you deliver 20 boxes to a client in Rockford?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver 12 pallets of tile to our customer in Naperville?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver a large envelope to Northbrook?
We can deliver that today.
Oh my gosh, I think my water just broke. Can you...
We cannot deliver that.
Quick Delivery Service delivers your package no matter the size. More than just a messenger service, Quick Delivery Service is a messenger and trucking service that can also provide scheduled routes for your daily delivery or your air shipment. Trucks are equipped to handle the load and provide ground-level service for same-day delivery. The Quick Delivery Service team of safe, licensed professionals can provide quick door-to-door service for your special delivery. QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. We deliver that today. But we don't deliver this.
Can you read this email for me?
Of course. Jeez, I wish they could do something for your eyesight.
Me too. But you heard what they said. There's nothing we can do.
When vision loss can't be corrected with glasses or surgery, and hope seems lost, turn to Spectrios Institute for Low Vision. Spectrios doctors specialize in the treatment of vision loss related to eye diseases, such as macular degeneration, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. There is hope, supported by science with personalized rehabilitation plans, occupational therapies, and access technology at Spectrios. Talk to a patient service manager. They'll walk you through the program. Spectrios takes BCBS and Medicare insurance. They also have grants for qualifying patients and offer a Seeing is Believing children's outreach program. Go to spectrios.org, located in Wheaton in a building that says it all, the House of Hope. That's SPECTRIOS.org. Spectrios Institute, the head, heart, and eyes approach to better vision. Remember to keep Spectrios Institute, a 501c, in your estate or legacy planning. I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
If you own or run a business and you listen to AM 560, you might not realize that the conservative programming that you enjoy is supported by advertisers. Our loyal listeners love to do business with the advertisers they hear every day on AM 560. Now, it probably won't surprise you that there are some businesses who avoid advertising with us because they don't like what we do here. And that's okay, because our audience wants to support businesses that support what we do and think like we think. We would love to have you join the list of successful companies who are already reaching new, like-minded customers. Most AM 560 advertisers have been here for years for one simple reason: they get results. Join our efforts to make a difference in the lives of our listeners who are passionate about supporting our great family of AM 560 advertisers. To learn more, just visit 560theanswer.com/advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, I guess Trump, or I think Trump actually, sort of stumbled into something again yesterday in that town hall he had hosted by Sean Hannity in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I like this this riff when the discussion turned to Kamala's values haven't changed, but positions have. Positions like on fracking. Trump had this to say, and a state where fracking is an important part of the oil and gas industry.
The election will take place. If she won, you're not going to have any fracking in Pennsylvania. You have 500,000 jobs. Think of that. It's your biggest business. And you get a big majority of your income from fracking. And you have somebody that's not going to allow fracking. She's not going to allow it. You can't take the chance. You have no choice. You've got to vote for me. You've got to vote for me. You got to. Even if you don't like me, you know? Yeah. It's no, but even if you don't like me, you can sit there and say, I can't stand that guy, but there's no way I'm going to vote for her.
I can't stand that guy, but there's no way I'm going to vote for her. I think that could work. What do you think? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. You don't have to vote. You don't have to like me. Just love America.
Exactly. And just love this country enough to get back to where we used to be. She keeps saying, we ain't going back. We're not going back. Well, I want to go back where we had more money in our pockets and we had less migrants roaming the streets in big cities. So I think that'll work. Should do it.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested to see. I bet that's he just if he talks long enough, I guess, it's a volume business. If you talk long enough, over an extended period of time, you're going to stumble into some insights. And I think he lurched into one back in Atlanta when he did the fight versus fake. And I think maybe he's got something here. Just separate out my personality from my policies, separate out what you think of me personally from what you think is in the best interest of the country. It's sort of, and it's self-effacing, too, which is something you don't always get from Trump, or rarely do. I like it. Corey Woodlawn, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, welcome back, Dan. Morning, Amy. I don't think you have to like Trump. I think you just have to like the quality of life we've had in America for the last 50, 60, 70 years. The music, the culture. I mean, this stuff was crafted over hundreds of years, and I don't want to see it destroyed. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call, Corey. Yeah, I just I wonder if that can get somebody over the edge who thinks I'm Trump fatigued. Kamala won't be that bad. I mean, this is stuff I hear all the time. She really doesn't believe the things she's saying. Okay, well, which time? Yeah. But it's just like, the country will muddle along either way. Well, that's true. The country is not going to come to an end regardless of what happens on November 5th. But it puts us on very different paths, what happens on November 5th. And I just wonder if that, look, I know, I get it. My wife tells me all the time kind of thing. But again, just focus here. We got to make an adult decision. And sometimes you may have to make adult decisions where you're not 100% enthusiastic about them, but you know what the right decision is. Mark in Oak Lawn.
Hey, Dan. Good morning. How you doing, Amy? Good morning.
Morning.
Good.
Hey, when Joe Biden before he took office, he said that he was for oil. He was going to keep drilling. Blah blah blah. And the first day of office, he lied. He shut down a pipeline, and he didn't care. And Kamala Harris is doing the same thing. Her in her heart, she's against fracking, but now she's for it because she wants to win. It's a political maneuver. When she gets in office, I think Trump, if he could draw the parallel between Biden and Kamala and their methods of madness, it would help them.
Thanks for the call, Mark. I think that's right. And you know who did a good job surrogating for Trump along those lines was Vivek Ramaswamy, who was on CNN having to indulge one of their fungible news readers, and had this to say about not just Kamala on fracking, but Kamala on the elimination of private insurance and other matters that we've poured over quite a bit.
You brought up some claims about Kamala Harris. I want to finish that discussion. She said she didn't favor a ban on fracking now. The reality is she was one of the strongest proponents of that ban, so much so that when she was in California, she sued the Obama administration over granting fracking permits. She didn't just favor the abolition of private health insurance. She was a co-sponsor of the bill with Bernie Sanders as a U.S. Senator for Medicare for All for Americans. The reality is, when you think about the Green New Deal, she was the chief proponent, not just as a co-sponsor of the legislation, but going further and saying she would end the filibuster in the Senate to ram that through. So the reality is she can say what she wants to say now. Those are actions she has taken. Is someone allowed to evolve? Of course they are. But she deserves to explain exactly why she's changed those positions, exactly what her position is. If it's not a ban on fracking, what exactly is it? What exactly is her health care plan if she no longer favors abolishing private health insurance, which just 4 short years ago when she ran for president, she did? And that's the kind of scrutiny that's been missing. I think Donald Trump has received plenty of scrutiny, and I give credit to him for sitting for hostile interviews that Kamala Harris has not.
Yeah, I mean, that's not dissimilar to what I've been saying for weeks. I mean, in terms of him being the inquisitor of that debate, but something that Ramaswamy layered in there, which is important. It's not just explain your epiphany on all these issues and, happening across the board simultaneously, which is unusual. It's also the actions that you took. We're not just comparing words to words. You put actions behind your words on the previous positions you held, and now we're supposed to believe that was all just an elaborate ruse to get to these positions you now hold? Doesn't seem plausible.
She'll say anything to get elected, and I truly believe, because she's married to the Green New Deal, that's her baby. I mean, that's her everything. How do you switch like that? Because you want to get elected.
She's not moving off the Green New Deal.
Well,
she's moving off essentially banning private health insurance. She's moving off EV mandates. She's moving off fracking. She's moving off mandatory gun buybacks.
This is a great text message. Dan and Amy, Trump has joked about his personality forever. He joked once
true.
Well, he joked once, quote, "What kind of a mess do you think I would be if I drank?"
Well, right. Yeah. Yeah, but this specific is not just, his New York, his body, New York personality. It's this specific thing. I know you find me grating, or whatever. It's all wrapped up in I know you don't like me. I can't stand that guy, but I got to do what's right for the country. That's a pretty good formulation. It's not dissimilar, just in terms of parallel structure, to, as I've mentioned this before, one of my favorite campaigns of all time, just because of the messaging, because it was, the ultimate race to the bottom. Edwin Edwards, this is for governor of Louisiana, Edwin Edwards versus David Duke. And Edwin Edwards' campaign, David Duke, of course, the former Grand Wizard, and Edwin Edwards, a crook. Edwin Edwards' campaign put out campaign material, bumper stickers and yard signs. Vote for the crook, it's important. His campaign put that out, right? Yeah, I'm not a crook, but at least I'm not the KKK Grand Wizard.
That's awesome.
That's self-awareness, and hey, this is your choice, so buckle up and make the best one available. Joe in Hoffman Estates.
Good morning, Dan. Glad to hear your voice. Glad you're back. Question, do you find it at least a little perplexing or a lot perplexing that an empty suit like Kamala Harris could actually be the president of the United States?
I find it deeply troubling. Yes. Yeah, thanks for the call,
Maybe
Joe.
about the golf tournament yesterday. Do you think she's going to win? There is a possibility she can win. Yes.
Well,
Don't think that it's not. I mean, of course.
Of course it's possible. Yeah. But I mean, it's a sad commentary on where the country's at. I mean, although, it's funny, something Charles Thomas said last week, it's just been kicking around in my head when you filled in when you were gone, about, I don't even think they think that she can win. Now, they take a flyer, maybe she wins, but what they're really worried about is maintaining control of the Senate and perhaps picking up control of the House, and then it really doesn't matter if Trump wins because they can wait him out for 4 years and be obstructionists and so forth, in addition to all the litigation, everything they'll try. And the other added benefit is then you sideline Kamala Harris for 2028 and you get somebody you really want. Maybe. David Winnetka.
Hey, good morning, guys. A couple more bumper sticker phrases here, but first and foremost, I took a couple days off, and I just wanted to give acknowledgement to Amy Jacobson. Amy, you have more class in your little pinky than the entire mob does in their whole existence, what you're going through and everything. But at any rate, so a couple bumper stickers. I think Kamala should read, "I'm a fracking idiot and a fracking liar."
Yeah, yes.
And
that's good.
Nice double entendre, yes.
Yeah, and then for Trump, I was leaving a CVS the other day, and there was a giant ice cream thing or something, and it said, "Grab it here." That'd be perfect. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Too soon. No.
Craig Mount Greenwood.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy, and thanks for taking my call. Dan, you are exactly right about this whole thing with the way the people have come to their senses is the biggest part of this. These guys at work that were solid Democrats, they admitted to voting for Obama, the whole thing, and everything. That these guys know exactly what's happening. They're up this. I mean, realizing that Kamala's a liar and everything else kind of thing. I can talk freely with these guys, everything about Trump and everything like that, and basically looking to take and recover our country and try to get it back and everything. So the media is lying like crazy with about polls, the whole thing.
But Craig, do you think people that if you talk to anybody who's leaning or indifferent, I mean, do you think this "you don't have to like me to vote for me" riff that he went on last night in Harrisburg, you think that works?
Yeah, it's Trump. It's just classic Trump and everything like that. And even though these people that hate him, they hate him and dislike him for kind of like things like that, but they got to be coming around. Even the haters got to be coming around because they're still there, a few of them, but the numbers have gotten smaller. The people that were kind of like on the fence and went with Obama and all that, they've shifted over. But that's classic Trump. And after getting, they tried to assassinate him, they tried to kill him, and the guy's still making jokes and everything like that. And but he proved himself when he was in there for 4 years. He did exactly what he said he would do, and he made our country really great again. Yeah, he made it great. You think, and people realize it. He did it. He did what he said. Kamala and these dumb-rats.
Thanks for the call, Craig. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think the Never Trump contingent, at least on the right, is shrinking. It's basically right now down to Bill Kristol, Adam Kinzinger, and Liz Cheney, and that's just not going to be enough to get Kamala Harris elected.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 5:38, we'll build on Mike Scott's newscast and have the latest details on that Georgia school shooting. That's 5:38.
And later, Dan, I thought they broke up. We'll explain, but now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
A couple of breaking stories for us we're following. One on the west side of Chicago this morning. Major structure fire has engulfed an apartment complex on the west side. It's in the West Garfield Park neighborhood this morning. Chicago Fire is staging at Holman and Jackson Boulevard. No injuries as of right now, but several rigs are on the scene. They're fighting that blaze from the roof and from the ground. And this morning, we understand and we're trying to confirm that Western Illinois University is completely shut down today, after authorities yesterday responded to a shooting in the 300 block of North Normal in Macomb. Happened yesterday evening. 2 police officers were shot. They're in critical condition. They were fulfilling a warrant. There's no active shooter in the area, but they urged the public this morning to avoid the area as the investigation continues. And at least one residence hall, we understand, the Corbin Olson Residential Hall at WIU, has been placed under lockdown, about a half block to 3/4 of a block from the shots that were fired. Speaking of shots fired, police this morning shot and killed a man in an exchange of gunfire in the German city of Munich, near the Israeli consulate and a museum on the city's Nazi-era history. Police saying they have now increased their presence in the core of that third largest city in Germany. A deadly school shooting is under investigation in Winder, Georgia. On Wednesday morning, a 14-year-old student entered Appalachia High School, killing 2 students and 2 teachers, sending 9 others to the hospital. Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director Chris Hosey.
Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out.
Former President Trump, back in Pennsylvania for a town hall on Fox News, immediately asked about the Georgia high school shooting on Wednesday, as was Democrat candidate Kamala Harris, who says it's outrageous, in her opinion, that parents have to worry about kids' safety while they're at school.
It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
Federal officials revealing the suspect made online threats to commit a school shooting back in May of 2023. The Justice Department is accusing Russia of trying to influence the 2024 presidential election. Yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland took to the podium with some details.
The American people are entitled to know when a foreign power is attempting to exploit our country's free exchange of ideas in order to send around its own propaganda.
Garland said 2 Russian employees of Russian state media outlet RT have been charged with money laundering and violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act. A 30-year-old charged with killing 4 people on board a CTA train must remain in custody until trial. Ronnie Davis made his first court appearance Wednesday.
The defendant positioned himself in front of victim Collins, who raised his hand in a defensive posture.
Assistant State's Attorney Eugene Wood says Ronnie Davis wore a mask while shooting the victims on 2 train cars on a Blue Line train headed to Forest Park. And 19 are recovering following a crash involving a prisoner transport vehicle in Lake County. Grayslake police say officers responded yesterday to Route 120 and Haynesville Road after 2 vehicles collided there. Cubs combine to no-hit the Pirates last night in a 12-0 win at Wrigley Field. Shota Imanaga gave up just 2 walks and struck out 7. Cubs reliever Porter Hodge got the final out.
I mean, it was definitely cool to be a part of and realize that it was finally came to an end. You know, it's just like mixed emotions, waiting for that ball to finally get out to the first baseman for the final out. It's just like so nerve-wracking is what I felt.
Cody Bellinger and Dansby Swanson blasted 2 home runs. Pete Crow Armstrong a solo shot. Now Chicago remains 4.5 back of the Braves for the final National League wildcard spot. Northsiders host the scuffling Yankees tomorrow. White Sox snap a 12-game losing streak, blowing out the Orioles 8-1 at Camden Yards. Bears dealing with some nagging injuries. 6 players were limited in yesterday's practice, including defensive end Montez Sweat. And week 1 of the NFL season is finally here. Action kicks off tonight when the Chiefs host the Ravens at Arrowhead. The news service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save an average of 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With the Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk sees the impact he has on America.
If looks could kill, I would not be alive today. This program, this show, it does not just penetrate right-wing circles. It doesn't just get to swing voters. Left-wingers and left-wing activists are very, very well aware of the power of Real America's Voice, of The Charlie Kirk Show.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Last week, Kamala Harris met the press for the first time since being anointed her party's nominee. If you can call a gentle 18-minute, heavily edited interview with her running mate actually meeting the press. It's clear why Harris is so reluctant to take questions from the media. She isn't good at thinking on her feet and has a tenuous grasp of policy. She's deeply insecure and lacks self-confidence. But when Harris won't talk to the press, she's not just disrespecting them. She's disrespecting us. Kamala Harris owes Americans a straightforward explanation of her views and why she's changed them. We're entitled to know where she wants to lead our country and why. The press is on Harris's side. She may figure she can get away with hiding. But if she keeps doing it, Americans are right to conclude it's because she's got something to hide. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $240. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part, my guidance cost you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
It's 5:41. Let's check the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and this update a service of Crosscom Public Adjusters. If your home or business has an insurance claim, Crosscom will help get you what you need and have coming to you. They've helped thousands. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com. The Kennedy at 25 and climbing already. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Dan Ryan at 20 minutes, 95th into the Circle, and they've cleared construction just a little bit early, north and southbound on DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Sunshine will mix with clouds today. Very warm, high 88. Showers early overnight, lows 63. 68 right now. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So Let's tackle them together. The latest that we know about the Forest Park Blue Line shooting that took 4 lives, the person who shot and killed 4 people, as well as the person who shot and killed 4 people at that high school in Georgia yesterday. I guess we can start with Georgia. In a joint statement, the FBI's Atlanta field office and Jackson County Sheriff's Office said the agency's National Threat Operations Center received an anonymous tip about threats posted online regarding a possible school shooting in May of 2023. May of 2023. The agency said the threats contained images of guns. Within 24 hours of receiving the anonymous tip, investigators determined the threats originated in Georgia, and the matter was referred to the sheriff's office. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office in Georgia located a possible subject, a 13-year-old male, interviewed him and his father. Father stated he had hunting guns in the house, but the subject, 13-year-old, did not have unsupervised access to them. The agency said the boy denied making threats. Authorities alerted local schools to monitor the child. The FBI said at the time there's no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional law enforcement action on the local, state, or federal levels. On Wednesday, authorities identified the 14-year-old as the shooter who killed 2 students and 2 teachers. He surrendered to authorities and was taken into custody following the rampage. The subject, referred to as the 13-year-old, is the same subject in custody related to today's shootings at Appalachia High School, said the FBI. So they had him on the radar in May of 23, and now they have him in custody after killing 4 people in September of 24. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. And what do you hear from the regime? Well, of course, unfortunately, we've had to cover many of these mass murders, and the response from the political ruling class is always the same. Cut and paste, just put in the different place and date, and you get this from the likes of White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre.
As the president has said time and time again, this is not normal. This is not normal. Students and teachers deserve to know that their schools are safe. They should focus on learning, not lockdowns. While the president and vice president have taken historic action to reduce gun violence, more must be done to keep our schools and communities safe. We continue to call on Congress to do something, We need universal background checks. We need ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law. Enough is enough. And I cannot say this.
Enough,
which is enough.
Enough
is enough.
Enough is enough, which I can't say enough.
Well, did the FBI do enough? I mean, they had him on the radar. They interviewed him and his father last year for threats of becoming a school shooter. Did his dad do a good job of keeping weapons away from his 14-year-old son?
Enough is enough. Are you inspired by that policy prescription? That moral condemnation, that cri de coeur for America to come together to do something about people who commit crimes with guns?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us at that same line.
Enough is enough. I can't say enough. Enough. Kamala Harris weighed in. Of course she did.
We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way.
It doesn't have to be this way. Enough is enough. It doesn't have to be this way. Powerful, visionary leadership.
Dead is a 14-year-old Mason and his classmate, Christine. And Richard Aspinwall, he's a teacher who's also the defensive coordinator for the school's varsity football team. He's a math teacher, and then another math teacher, Christina Ermini.
Enough is enough is enough is enough is enough is enough is enough. We have to do something. Do something. This is not normal. This is not normal. Yeah, I know. And universal background checks and bans on assault weapons and so on and so forth. The shooter in Georgia is 14. He didn't have a legal right to possess a gun.
No.
So,
Even
but
drive.
A universal background check. What? And first of all, we have background checks, so that's just a lie. Is a lie is a lie, and I've had enough of the lying about guns and public safety by the political ruling class, and I can't say it enough. Did the FBI do enough? Hard to know. I mean, we don't have the details of that interaction. We don't have the details of the specific threats. Unfortunately, now, because the FBI has so disgraced itself over the last several years, they don't get the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-mm.
And so there are going to be people that immediately say the FBI should have prevented what happened yesterday. I'm not saying that. But the FBI doesn't get the benefit of the doubt because they're so focused on playing politics. They perhaps let things like this fall through the cracks. This is not the first time we've seen this. Nobody expects the FBI to be infallible. The amount of complaints or tips, whistleblower communications they get is enormous. And to track down every single one of those and then have some sort of preventative regime in place against every person who has been flagged as being a person of concern, that's not feasible. So let's be real. No matter, even if the FBI still deserve the benefit of the doubt, which they don't. So, which part of the conversation do you want to have? And as I said, we'll fold in the Forest Park Blue Line shooting too. Because enough is enough is enough is enough is enough. What happened in the Forest Park Blue Line shooting? What do we know about that shooter? Oh, he had some interaction with law enforcement, didn't he?
Several times, yes. Gun possession, they let him go. Second time, caught with possessing.
5 criminal cases since 2012. Yeah. Criminal trespass to a vehicle in Riverdale in November of 2022. Illegal firearm possession in the city in February of 2021. Prosecutors dropped the case. Pleaded guilty in September 2020 to disorderly conduct of being arrested outside of former Bloomingdale's Home and Furniture in the city. May of 2014, arrested in Boys Town under a assumed name. Pled guilty to misdemeanor battery. Completed court supervision. Evanston police arrested him for retail theft in October 2012, also under an assumed name. He stopped appearing in court, and that remained active until prosecutors dropped it following his arrest for the Bloomingdale store disorderly conduct charge in 2020. Enough is enough is enough is enough. By the way, there's also reporting that he worked as a security guard.
I know. I was thinking about his arrest record. How does he get a job as a security guard?
Well, the other...
And a home health care worker, too.
And he's been arrested for illegal gun possession. So, I mean, the Forest Park police detective, Dan Patter, said he did not have a valid FOID card. But he had been trained to carry a firearm as part of the training he received to be a licensed security guard.
Why would you give that man a gun?
Well, so the question is, I mean, did he ever have a legal right to carry a weapon or not? I mean, they seem to be conflicted. I know these are different. These are years apart, so maybe he did and then he didn't. Something else, too, about that. They did this, and they did that. The NPR Times state-run media. The shooter legally changed their name from the name. Oh, I guess the name that he was using back in when he started having his interactions with law enforcement was his real name. Then he changed his name to the name that's being reported as the shooter in this case. Legally changed their name. Then October petition to change their name back. Their name, their. Yeah, it's gender identity ideations. Is that part of the conversation? Seems to be. You know, that in this specific case, I'm not saying writ large. It's more complicated than that. But, you know, we finally got the manifesto of the Covenant school shooter. 90 pages worth of darkness. Very disturbing. And this is somebody who, was a girl who wanted to be a boy. So she wrote. The opening page begins with darkness and everything hurts, followed by religion won't save. Those are quotes. She was obsessed with being brown, quote unquote, and being a boy. She drew graphic picture on one page of two figures having sexual intercourse, expressed her desire to have a penis. She wrote that the brown love is the most beautiful love. Brown girls have the nicest skin. She wrote about, I'm quoting, white nothingness, quote unquote, white privilege, quote unquote. She had a message to her conservative, to conservatives generally, changing one's gender is possible. Do you want to have a conversation about the mental state of these people in these individual cases? Or do you just want to run around saying we need to ban assault weapons? If God won't give me a boy body in heaven, then Jesus is a blank, pejorative for a gay person. And then on and on and on. It's all somebody who is obviously very disturbed and very confused. And I don't know. I'm not looking to ascribe blame. You're looking to try and gain some understanding, but these things are very difficult to understand. They're very complicated. Phil in Maryville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning, Dan and Amy. Yeah, I was going to say there's so many guns in America that it would take decades to even clean up like half of them. And on top of it, they would just use a handgun if there were no rifles.
Well, in fact, the Forest Park Blue Line shooter used a 9mm. So
yeah, exactly.
So I mean, right.
And we have so many millions of gotaways in this country. You don't think that they would get illegal weapons in this country? I mean, people would be able to buy them off the black market, and the citizens would be the ones who didn't have rifles.
Thanks for the call, Phil. Police in Minden, Louisiana, revealed this week an 11-year-old boy confessed to the murder of the former mayor there, 82 years old, and his 31-year-old daughter. Four Las Vegas teens plead guilty in juvenile court in beating death of classmate. You probably remember that video that went around. 4 teenagers pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter in juvenile court for beating their classmate to death. Died after Jonathan Lewis, 17 years old, died after he was kicked and punched and stomped in an alley near Rancho High School in Vegas. Teenagers, an adult with a history of law enforcement interactions since he was, I believe, a teenager or certainly a young adult. And you think it's enough is enough is enough. It's not normal. We have to do something. Ban assault weapons. You think you've got to figure it out? You think they do? Mary Kay, Western Springs.
Dan, this country's like effing mess. My sister-in-law, who's a widow, lives right behind those tracks in Forest Park. right there on Adam. Too much information, but she lives right there.
Mm-hmm.
She's single. She has 3 kids. That's too close for comfort. Sorry, the train's going by. Let me get enough is enough is not appropriate. Hang on a second.
Musical interlude for Mary Kay.
Let us know when you're ready.
Sorry, guys.
Oh,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Amy.
No,
Amy,
she's back.
sorry. It's just I'm at work and hiding from people. Enough is enough is only appropriate when you have a bunch of kids fighting in a house. As my father used to tell us. It's not appropriate for this country. You know, that Jean-Pierre, whatever that lady's name is unbelievable. And she's stupid, and she doesn't belong up there. And I can't. They better get these people out of office, Dan, because I can't. I'm going to lose my mind.
Thanks for the call, Mary Kay.
A lot of people feeling anxious these days.
Stay sane. George in Naperville.
Yeah, Dan, maybe part of the problem is this, they're worried about the kids not focusing on learning. But what are they teaching them with all these twisted things they're putting in their minds? I think that's part of the problem, too.
Yeah, like gender theory. We'll pick this up at 6 o'clock because there's a couple of other schools of consideration to review, I think, when you talk about these things that don't get near the attention they deserve. So we'll give them that attention at 6:06.
But now let's head into that newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
A West Side fire being doused by Chicago Fire Department personnel. 2 police officers critically wounded in Macomb in western Illinois in a shooting overnight near Western Illinois University. A man charged in a shooting on a Blue Line train to remain in custody. The ex-COO of a suburban company embezzled $1.85 million and is going to prison. Cubs combine to no-hit the Pirates. WIND Chicago News Time 6.
There's a lot of grief in Georgia. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
It was kind of just like it hit hard because none of us wanted to believe it.
He's a student at a vigil last night in Winder, Georgia, hours after a shooting at his school left 4 dead, 9 wounded.
The shooter is in custody at the Bexar County Detention Center because he is a juvenile. He's being booked in and he will be transported to RYDC.
Sheriff Judd Smith, the 14-year-old, will be charged as an adult. Last year, the FBI questioned the boy and his father about school shooting threats online, but the boy denied it, and no probable cause was found for an arrest or other action.
Last night, we learned the names of the 4 people killed. They are Mason Schemerhorn, a 14-year-old student, Christian Angelo, a 14-year-old student, 2 teachers, Richard Aspinwall and Christina Irami.
That's Fox's Dana Marie McNichol outside Appalachia High School. Vice President Harris offered her condolences while campaigning in New Hampshire, then said we have to end what she calls an epidemic of gun violence.
I'm in favor of the Second Amendment, and I know we need reasonable gun safety laws.
Former President Trump in a statement said our hearts go out to the victims and their families, then called the shooter a sick and deranged monster. At a Fox's town hall forum in Pennsylvania last night, the former president said,
"We're going to heal our world. We're going to get rid of all these wars that are starting all over the place because of incompetent American leadership. And we're going to make it better."
Today, there's a hearing in federal court into the revised Trump indictment charging the former president for his post-2020 election conduct. The U.S. has indicted 2 Russians with RT state media, alleging they've tried to interfere with the 2024 campaign with propaganda.
To fund and direct a Tennessee-based company to publish and disseminate content deemed favorable to the Russian government.
That's Attorney General Merrick Garland. Those 2 are not jailed here. They're still in Russia. RT put out a statement that starts with, ha, 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 ha. America's listening to Fox News.
66 degrees. At 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A major structure fire is being put out. That fire earlier this morning engulfed an apartment complex on Chicago's west side in the West Garfield Park neighborhood near Holman and Jackson. Authorities are responding to a shooting in the 300 block of North Normal near Western Illinois University. The incident began in the early evening of September 4th last night. 2 police officers were shot as they were fulfilling a warrant. They were taken from the scene in critical condition, but authorities say they are stable this morning. Officials state there's no active shooter, but the barricade situation continues, and they urge the public to avoid the area. Reports indicate that the Corbin Olson Residential Hall at Western Illinois this morning is still under lockdown. 3 suspects have been charged in connection to the murder of a Chicago postal worker found shot to death inside of a car earlier this year in Orland Park. Michaela Williams was found dead inside a vehicle at the scene. 2 men and a woman now face charges. The male suspects, 29-year-old Kieran Williams and 28-year-old Tyshawn Boyd, are both from Chicago. The female is from Crete, Alexis Hernandez. Williams was arrested by the FBI on August 15 and appeared before a judge yesterday on the first-degree murder charge. A 30-year-old is charged with killing 4 on board a Chicago area CTA train and must remain in custody until trial. Ronnie Davis made his first court appearance Wednesday after being charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. Attorneys offered few details about Davis, whose criminal history, briefly outlined by prosecutors, does include a serious 2020 arrest for disorderly conduct. Davis's next court date is set for September 27. Cubs no-hit the Pirates in a 12-0 win at Wrigley Field. Cubs play starting pitcher Justin Steele on the injured list, along with reliever Jorge Lopez. And the White Sox blow out the Orioles at Camden Yards, 8-1. The news service of Valdecas Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high-quality and professional-level window replacement service. Contact Valdecas Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella-certified contractor. Valdecas.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris will meet on the debate stage for the first time on September 10th. And AM 560 is throwing a debate watch party, and we want you to join us. Join Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and fellow AM 560 listeners on Tuesday, September 10th at Moretti's Unique Events in Hoffman Estates for a buffet dinner, followed by the debate. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/debate. That's 560theanswer.com/debate.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back, but what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax-advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com.
Last week, Kamala Harris met the press for the first time since being anointed her party's nominee. If you can call a gentle 18-minute, heavily edited interview with her running mate actually meeting the press. It's clear why Harris is so reluctant to take questions from the media. She isn't good at thinking on her feet and has a tenuous grasp of policy. She's deeply insecure and lacks self-confidence. But when Harris won't talk to the press, she's not just disrespecting them. She's disrespecting us. Kamala Harris owes Americans a straightforward explanation of her views and why she's changed them. We're entitled to know where she wants to lead our country and why. The press is on Harris's side. She may figure she can get away with hiding. But if she keeps doing it, Americans are right to conclude it's because she's got something to hide. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
6:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of our friends at Papa Nicholas Coffee, hot air roasted locally, cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee because great coffee is their family tradition. Online, papanicholas.com. Kennedy inbound 33 from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Delays as well as you begin your roll on the Dan Ryan. We're already seeing things gum up, 83rd up to 79th, and the locals from 35th up through 18. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Ruth O'Brien.
Sunshine mixing with clouds today. Very warm with a high 88. Cloudy tonight with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. Low 63. Breezy, cooler tomorrow with times of clouds and sun with an afternoon shower. High 71. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
66 at O'Hare. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, continuing our conversation about the mass shootings this week. One in Chicago, the Forest Park Blue Line. The other, of course, at that school in Georgia yesterday. And the enough is enough is enough. I can't say it enough from KJP. And it doesn't have to be like this. And this is not normal from Kamala. And so, ban some selected instrumentality that can be used for evil. That we've identified as a boogeyman for our own sort of political interests, like banning assault weapons. And if we just focus on that, then we can say we've done something, we can check a box, and we can pat ourselves on the back and move on. There's a couple of other issues I wanted to explore. And again, none of this is presented as this is the singular problem. If we just do this, then all this goes away. Anybody who is peddling that is, the monorail salesman from The Simpsons. Wonderfully voiced by Phil Hartman, by the way. It's all snake oil, and that's what you hear from politicians in the wake of this. And these trained seals, like Kamala in New Hampshire. And this is not normal. We don't, it doesn't have to be this way. What are you clapping for?
I know. Kids are dead. Let's clap.
Is that response particularly insightful? Is there anybody who is opposed to this being treated as normal? Tolerating this? Would everybody like to figure out a way to prevent these sorts of things? Of course. I want to prevent them more. This is why we can't have intelligent conversations. Because people aren't thinking. Kids, too. Maybe this is part of the conversation. Again, the borrowing from Theodore Dalrymple, you can't isolate one variable and say this is the cause. You can't even necessarily ascribe a correlative relationship. But you can raise questions that I think demand further investigation and conversation. A 2019 study by the National Institutes for Health, researchers found that patients who had been newly prescribed amphetamines, such as Adderall, were more likely to develop psychosis than those who had received a prescription of methylphenidates like Ritalin or Concerta. This was a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine. While psychosis with either class of medication is relatively rare, occurring at a rate of 1 in 660 patients, experts caution that parents should know about the increased risk. They also noted that the increased risk was only for those who began treatment with a new amphetamine prescription for ADHD, like Adderall, and that those who have taken the drug and tolerate it well should not be concerned. The lead author of the study, Dr. Lauren Moran, an assistant professor at Harvard Medical, if someone has been on Adderall that they're tolerating well, it's helpful for their symptoms, and they're taking it as prescribed, there's really not much cause for concern. However, she added, still you have to think about it from a public health scale. If it's a fraction of a percent of millions of people, then that means there could be thousands of additional cases of psychosis across the United States. In my mind, that's a serious problem. Yeah. It's a serious problem. I mean, remember RFK Jr. mentioning this last week per his announcement he was suspending his campaign and then supporting Trump. 40% of teenagers have a mental health diagnosis. And so how many millions of teens and preteens are on a Schedule II narcotic like Adderall? And it is a Schedule II narcotic.
I know so many family members that are on that. And as a parent, they push it. Maybe your child, if they're not doing well in class or maybe they're a little restless, maybe your son has ADHD. Maybe he needs to be on some medicine. And then just as a parent, just say no.
I mean, again, these are
problem.
the incidence of psychosis is relatively rare, but it's twice as likely with Adderall as compared to, say, Ritalin, according to this study from 2019. Interestingly, too, I talked to a friend of mine in the pharma industry, and that human being tells me that the DEA, everybody is sort of averting their eyes from this. And this person I talked to thinks this could be the next Oxycontin.
Okay.
And this person said, everyone is sort of turning a blind eye to this because there's so much money being made by Big Pharma. I know Big Pharma is our savior because of the COVID vax. Before they were a villain, and now I don't know what they are. I guess it varies depending on who you talk to and how much you actually know. But the only agency not turning a blind eye is the DEA. And because it's a Schedule II narcotic, the DEA has some regulatory oversight, and they have to green light production levels of drugs like Adderall. And what I understand is that they're not green lighting production levels at the levels desired by the big pharmaceutical companies. So they're starting to see something, and it just could be the trafficking piece of it, but it may be the trafficking piece plus the adverse outcomes from people who do have a psychotic break or who do become addicted to these amphetamines, weaned as they may have been in their formative years. So I'm not applying this to Georgia or Nashville or Forest Park or any of the other particular places where these mass shootings have occurred. But we do know that a lot of these mass murderers were on psych drugs. I'm not establishing causation, but it's the same conversation we used to have back in the day before COVID with like Alex Berenson about the increased incidence of psychosis among teens who routinely use marijuana, particularly in this era where the THC content is 20x the marijuana from the Woodstock era. And the reason Alex Berenson, from COVID fame now, wrote a book about it is because his wife was seeing this in the emergency room. She's an emergency room doc. Mm-hmm. And so he decided to really look into it, and he wrote a book about it, which is actually very interesting. Nothing explains everything, because these are all individual cases, and these are all multivariate equations to try to solve. But I mean, are we turning a blind eye to something that perhaps should get more conversation, or as much conversation as banning so-called assault rifles? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. That story I mentioned about Minden, Louisiana, 11-year-old boy confessing to the murder of the former mayor, 82 years old, as well as his 31-year-old daughter. Yeah. Something that is chilling was relayed by the officer in the case. They said that the 11-year-old, he confessed after he told a story that didn't add up, showed no remorse. What I would say would be remorseful sadness, sorrowful, apology, crying. None of those things happened. An 11-year-old murders two people in cold blood and has no response.
I told you, my friend who got carjacked, got a gun to her head. She's like, the kid had no soul. There was nothing there. And when she started crying, he's like, stop crying. He told her how to feel.
Well, I mean, again, Adderall. I've.
Do you know people on Adderall?
I've heard from friends whose kids have been prescribed Adderall. Actually, some have resisted, but even if you you know enough to know like the numbing impact it has on kids.
Well, then they can continue to take it into their early 20s. I have a family member who takes it Monday through Friday to help through work, and then on the weekends, she takes it off.
Well, this is part of the conversation that we were talking about the sort of the addiction, or
right,
at least the crutch, the usage beyond purpose, beyond even prescription, and the trafficking in it, which tells you something. The trafficking in it that the DEA is seeing, which is why they're slow walking the amounts of Adderall in this case that pharmaceutical companies want to produce that
There's
they're
no
not.
plan to wean them off of it. That's what I've noticed.
So that's one just topic area for further thought and discussion. Another is this: the impact of zero tolerance policies at the K through 12 level. Like, I'm talking about mindless zero tolerance policies. Let me give you an example of what I mean. And they're myriad. We've provided stories like this for years, much like we've had to discuss these mass shootings for years. An 11-year-old in Colorado City, Texas, was arrested.
Oh, God, for what?
For quoting a meme in class. The meme was from some rapper named Riff Raff. And some clip that goes back a ways. It's back from like the Vine days. Anyway, this kid was quoting a meme. My main goal is to blow up. I want to be internet famous. But his teacher didn't know the vernacular of the 11-year-old. And so I guess she, according to him, she only heard my main goal is to blow up, and then she stopped him and blow up what? And she got, she overreacted, and police are called, and all of a sudden he's a school bomber, except he's not. If you take a second to understand what the hell's going on here.
And look at the interpretation of blow up, meaning you're going to blow up on the media.
Thank you for translating 11-year-old speak.
I had to help you out.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, the point, making a gun with your index finger and thumb, you're suspended.
Cutting out a sandwich that looks like a gun, you're suspended.
It's not only the stupidity and the sort of hysterical reaction as a first resort. It diverts resources away from serious matters. Kid was arrested. He's 11. So now police are called. They're involved in this. And it becomes a little bit of the boy who cried wolf, like I was saying before about the FBI. Can you imagine the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of tips and whistleblower-like responses they get about situations like this from around the country because of this sort of silly safetiest culture in which we live, with people like this teacher that had this 11-year-old arrested because she didn't take a breath and find out what he was talking about, which he could explain it after the fact, so he could have certainly explained it before he was arrested. So now it becomes, how do you sift through who is serious and who isn't? Because we have so many unserious, unhinged, imbalanced adults who are supposed to be looking after the kids and supposed to have discernment. How much does that complicate the job of law enforcement, which is why I'm not rushing to condemn the FBI, even though they had an interaction with the family, and local law enforcement did in Georgia, had an interaction with the family last year. I mean, try to live in their world for a second. And they have to use discernment. They have to make judgment calls too, and within the constraints of the law. Dawn in Batavia, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, good morning, Dan. Good morning. For decades, Republicans pushed problem people in their communities into Chicago. People who had mental illnesses, disabilities, who were homeless, vulnerable people. They became prey to the Democrats, the Socialists, and the Communists. So this is a problem of our own making. Many Republicans wanted immigrant labor for their factories, etc. Many Republicans supported for many years big corporations like Big Pharma. So we have to take responsibility for the damage that we caused and not be hypocritically now blaming it on the other side. We have to take the initiative to fix the damage that our own party caused.
Oh, I agree. Thanks for the call. I mean, I'm focusing on the gun banners who want to use these moments to enough is enough. I can't say it enough. Ban assault weapons. But I'm not absolving any political party. I mean, this is part of our cultural rot. What I'm talking about, the safetiest culture, for example, with these these zero tolerance policies, the on again off again love affair with Big Pharma. Yeah, this is everybody. Everybody. Jordan Antioch.
Hello.
Hey, Jordan.
Hi. Good morning. Hey, so I've made a lot of mistakes as a dad. I'll admit that. I mean, I don't think there's anybody that can say they were ever perfect at parenting. But I think what we have here, this is all cultural. There's nothing. I mean, the gun is a tool. I think before we start talking about securing firearms and safe storage, I think we need to have some classes, some permits to be parents. And I'm not perfect at it, but when you have these kids that are displaying what they want to call mental illness, I don't believe that we have the mental illness, quote unquote, air quotes, mental illness problem that we have. What I think we have is a failure to find an outlet for these kids. And what I mean by that is, how many parents are just taking these kids and they're you just said there's the Adderall. When I was growing up, I'm 50, so when I grew up, Ritalin was the thing, right? Everybody's on Ritalin. Well, maybe you just need to find what that kid's good at, and maybe, you know what, it might not be football. your 6 foot tall kid might be really good at chess, and you just got to deal with that. But that's his outlet, and he might be really good at it, and that might save him from himself if you just nurture that and encourage that, rather than just finding a drug to put him on, or rather trying to pigeonhole him into something that you want him to do. These kids aren't raised. I got a kid who's 17. He's a high school kid, and I see these other kids that either haven't been in sports, haven't been in debate club, haven't been in chess club. They're not in flags. They're not in cheers. They don't have these things to release, to lose themselves in, and they walk around like the world is their enemy. They don't know how to deal with disappointment. They don't know how to deal with failure. They don't know how to deal with being weird, and not having a place. And unfortunately, you look at these kids and you're like, holy cow, this could be the next Atlanta. You keep, and it's crappy to say, but you keep an eye on these kids because they don't know how to handle their own adolescence. And as parents, that's your job. I understand we're busy. We have to pay taxes. We have to do this. We have to live. But the end of this, when you have a kid, is that kid. That's your job. That is your number one job, and you sacrifice everything. I don't mean to preach.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
I've made my own mistakes, but I don't think we have a mental illness. I think we have a cultural problem that has gone all the way back to the late 80s.
Well, yeah.
Now blowing up in our face because we have a lot of parents who don't know how to be parents because they weren't raised by parents.
Thanks for the call, Jordan. Well, right. In point of fact, with respect to the conversation on Adderall, my point is that we could be inducing mental breaks, even worse than where literally the cure is worse than the ailment. The parenting license. I'm not for that, of course, but I would recommend Dr. Leonard Sax's trilogy, as I call it, Boys Adrift, Girls on the Edge, The Collapse of Parenting. We've had him on the show to talk about all of them, so you can look up previous interviews if you want as well. But part of this, too, what Jordan was getting at, is how these systems, and I mean K through 12 school systems, are set up. And they're not set up that in such a way that recognizes the difference in how boys and girls learn, that sort of how they learn to be socially cohesive. I mean, Sachs is an expert in this area, Ivy League trained psychologist. I think it may be MIT, even better. But anyway, but there is scholarship on the topic. This is nothing new. It's just we sort of haven't collectively really tried to grapple with it, have we? Joe in East Dundee.
Yeah, Amy. So I'm sitting around. I wanted to get my daughter a reading tutor because I needed one when I was a kid. And basically what all these social workers told me is put your kid on Ritalin because your daughter's not dumb enough and all these other illegal kids need the help over your daughter. My daughter's in college now, and she pulled through it, but, this is the answer? This is where our tax dollars are going?
Thanks for the call, Joe.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, the border/migrant/illegal migrants voting issue, 6:36.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
6:31, 64 degrees. Police in Munich, Germany, exchanged gunfire this morning with a man in the area of a museum on the city's Nazi-era history and the Israeli consulate. The suspect died of injuries. It's unclear right now whether the incident was in any way related to the 52nd anniversary of the attack by Palestinian militants on the Israeli delegation at the 1972 Munich Olympics. 2 students and 2 teachers are dead after an active shooter event at a Georgia high school took place at Appalachia High School in the town of Winder.
Me and some other kids, we lifted up his shirt, see where the gunshot wound was, maybe try and stop it, put some pressure on it. The bleeding would not stop, so we kind of just stopped until the cops got there.
The alleged shooter surrendered to police when they confronted him.
Once they encountered the subject,
The subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody.
At a town hall event, GOP presidential candidate and former President Donald Trump spoke to the event last night.
Well, it's a sick and angry world for a lot of reasons, and we're going to make it better. We're going to heal our world. We're going to get rid of all these wars that are starting all over the place because of
Democrat candidate Kamala Harris said kids shouldn't have to worry about this going to school.
But our kids are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential, and some part of their big, beautiful brain is concerned about a shooter busting through the door of the classroom.
The suspect is in custody and was a 14-year-old student. The Justice Department is accusing Russia of trying to influence the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Russian-based employees of RT, a Russian state-controlled media outlet. They are charged with conspiring to commit money laundering and to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act.
Garland made the allegations yesterday. A major structure fire is out, engulfed an apartment complex on Chicago's west side in the West Garfield Park neighborhood this morning. Authorities are responding to a shooting that happened overnight in the 300 block of North Normal Street in Macomb, next to Western Illinois University. 2 police officers were shot. They left the scene in critical condition, but they are in stable condition this morning. 3 suspects charged in connection to the murder of a Chicago postal worker found shot to death inside of a car earlier this year in Orland Park. One of the suspects was arrested in Las Vegas, Kyrian Williams. He appeared before a judge yesterday on first-degree murder charges. And a 30-year-old charged with killing 4 on board a CTA train must remain in custody until the trial. Ronnie Davis made his first court appearance Wednesday after being charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder.
The defendant positioned himself in front of victim Collins, who raised his hand in a defensive posture.
Assistant State's Attorney Eugene Wood says Davis wore a mask while shooting the victims on train cars headed to Forest Park.
There were 3 sleeping passengers on board the car with the defendant.
And this morning, more questions surround government officials in Chicago after those 2 separate shootings this week left 4 train passengers dead and a CTA worker wounded. And a woman with a valid FOID card shot and killed a man who broke into her home Wednesday in Chicago's Austin neighborhood. The 23-year-old woman pulled a gun after gunmen broke in and flashed their own weapons. A shootout ensued. One of the gunmen was shot in the chest and later died. Cubs combined to no-hit the Pirates in a 12-0 win at Wrigley Field. Cody Bellinger and Dansby Swanson blasted 2-run home runs. Pete Crow Armstrong a solo shot. The Northsiders host the scuffling Yankees tomorrow. While the White Sox were winners over the Orioles 8-1, Bears dealing with nagging injuries ahead of the Sunday opener. 6 players were limited at practice, including wideout Keenan Allen. The news service of Del Bacchio Marchetti Group of ad properties, Christie's International Real Estate. Experts in the northwest suburbs and Chicago with over $800 million in sales. 708-828-0000. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Larry Elder wants the media to do its job.
Now, I sat through Joe Biden's speech, and it was 52 minutes packed with lie after lie after lie after lie. I love how they fact-check Donald Trump, who often is accused of lying when he exaggerates. He puffs, he exaggerates. We all know that.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $240. There are only two good things about aging: wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance cost you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
It is 6:40, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and this update is a service of Audible. Why not escape the traffic with Audible? Immerse yourself in new world stories and ideas. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com. The Kennedy at a solid 60 minutes. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Kennedy outbound 32 back out to the big airport. Already an hour and 5 on the inbound night from 390 to the old post office. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunshine, high 88. Cloudy with showers, maybe a thunderstorm. Low 63 overnight. Partly cloudy and 65 right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I saw Fox and Friends was just talking about it. 75% of arrests in Midtown Manhattan are people who are here illegally, alleged to have committed crimes. 75%. And what is New York City and New York State doing?
They're
Using
not deporting them.
no, they're giving out $5,000 in grants and gift cards to help them make rent payments. As I said, inducing your own destruction. I mean, the destruction of the place over which you lord to your benefit, I understand. Because that's the most important thing, is maintaining power. Even if it's power over a dump, it's still power. And the more of a dump you make it, the more power you have. If you're a man or woman of the left, if you're a new Bolshevik. So that's the program. Now, there are going to be some eggs broken in the process. Well, another story that has become familiar. Maybe the country is getting inured to it like we're inured to violent crime in Chicago because it's so ubiquitous. A veteran in Alabama who is, in one of those marketplace sites. He wants to buy a trailer for his business. So he meets the gentleman he believes to be selling his trailer. And this is what happens. ABC affiliate down there reporting. And listen to the county sheriff's comment to the news.
A U.S. veteran was injured in an internet robbery scam over the weekend. The Coleman County Sheriff says the suspect, an illegal immigrant, was also injured. The sheriff says the veteran met with the suspect on Brunner Street on Sunday to purchase a truck trailer he saw online. The suspect allegedly told the veteran the trailer was not on site and they would have to go look for it. The sheriff says the suspect got into the victim's truck, pulled a knife on that veteran. That led to a fight where both men were shot. The shooting happened on County Road 463.
It is ridiculous that we see leadership today that is allowing criminals to come across our borders to commit crimes on our citizens.
Yeah.
Citizen that was just going to buy a trailer to do work.
Yeah, Sheriff Gentry has it pretty well sussed out, doesn't he? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line, but it doesn't stop. And just because you live in a community, I'm not talking about Chicago or Cook County or Illinois, but in other states, you live in a community that is commonsensical about matters like this. Doesn't mean you're immune. No, there's no walls between the states. So this happened in Alabama. In Indiana, a previously deported illegal immigrant from Honduras arrested Sunday after manhunt. The 26-year-old the manhunt began for the 26-year-old after a 14-year-old girl was stabbed in the hand with a butcher-style knife while at her brother's baseball game in unincorporated Lowell, Indiana. When the girl's mother tried to help, the suspect also tried to stab the mom before fleeing. Thankfully, the teen is okay, and so is mom. But this person is in this country illegally, as the description previously deported would so indicate, and that's in Northwest Indiana. Mm-hmm.
And they're not even a sanctuary state.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Or a city or a county.
Sensible. And this is the reaction you get. I just can't believe that sensible Americans, if they're paying attention, and that's a big if with some of them, will indulge this sort of response. And by this sort of response, I'm talking about the great American hero, Senator Mark Kelly. Very much like McCain in a sense, that you honor him for his service as an astronaut, like you honored McCain for his service as a veteran. But their service in public office is disgraceful. McCain's was, certainly at the end. And so is Mark Kelly's. This is Mark Kelly with Tapper responding to Kamala supporting decriminalization of illegal border crossings a few short years ago when she was running for president. Oh, but she was just kidding around. She's running for president. And obviously now she's, a serious border protection kind of moderate Democrat. This is what Kelly said of the 180 she's done on border security.
Does she need to explain that?
Well, I think she has explained it. I mean, you're talking about a primary in 2019?
Yes.
Where somebody asked, throw your hand up.
Yes.
And, you got like a half a second to think about it. Today, what really matters is who is standing with the Border Patrol agents, and that's Kamala Harris.
Well, that's such a lie. I mean.
So let me understand, and of course there's no follow-up from Tapper, because CNN newsreaders don't do follow-up questions. So
what does that mean if they stand with the Kamala Harris?
So he's talking about this, and Jim Langford and McConnell really should be read the riot act over allowing this ridiculous, quote-unquote, bipartisan border bill to ever see the light of day, to ever agree to the premises from which the left started, to sign on to this. Langford and McConnell and those Republicans who did before they all fled because of the reaction from the American people. I mean, they've given them this ridiculous talking point to use as a cudgel over and over again to cover for the fact that Kamala wanted to have a conversation about abolishing ICE, that Kamala supported decriminalization of illegal border crossings, that Kamala wanted to shut down immigration detention centers. She couldn't have been
to abolish ICE
more explicit. I think I just said that. Yeah. She couldn't have been more explicitly open borders. And now, because she raised her hand in a debate, a presidential debate for the New Bolshevik Party nomination in 2020. She's running for president of the United States. Somebody asked who here, who on stage supports the criminalization of illegal border crossings, and of course all, but I think the guy from Colorado raised their hand. But you're not responsible for that, because that's just like a throwaway question and a throwaway hand raise in a presidential debate. You could say, I'm not raising my hand, but I will answer the question. You could say, no, I don't support that. Is that a complicated question? Do you support making illegal crossings not illegal anymore? Oh, she just raised her hand. 5 seconds to think about it. Oh, she's never thought about that question before? And first of all, if you had any particular philosophy on border security, you wouldn't need to think about that question for more than 5 seconds. You'd say, no, I'm not for that. But that's not the position of that party. And that was 4 years ago. What do you think it is now? After, 10 million have been invited in over the last 4 years? Now they're going to get serious about border security. I mean, honestly, it's like what Ramaswamy said on CNN. Forget the rhetoric. Look at the conduct. Look at the choices that were actually made. Are you kidding? What is confusing about this? Kelly was responding to this poll out in Arizona. It's neck and neck, but 56% of Arizona registered voters think Trump would do a better job on border security. 41% think Kamala. Who are these 41% of people?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. They're just basically people say, I will vote for a houseplant over Donald Trump. There is no consideration of any particular policy issue. There's no assessment of who would be better at doing this or better at doing that, who has the right ideas and who doesn't. None of it. There is no action happening between their ears. And speaking of Mark Kelly said that there is no evidence that undocumented migrants vote, and the solution, the SAVE Act that Republicans have proposed, it's a solution looking for a problem. The problem does not exist. Mm-hmm. Well, the America First Legal Foundation disagrees. They're suing, and this is exactly what we've talked about 4 years ago. At least some lessons have been learned. They're suing 15 counties in Arizona for refusing to remove illegals from their voting rolls, which follows their lawsuit against Maricopa. Every county in Arizona, American First Legal Foundation alleges, every county in Arizona is flagrantly defying its duty under state law to expunge illegal voters. I mean, it's not a problem. Well, if it's not a problem, then why would you be worried about another safeguard, Senator Kelly? If it's not a problem, how is it? I just want to understand something. Explain to me what's going on in Virginia and Ohio and Texas, where they're cleaning their voter rolls and they're purging thousands, hundreds of thousands, more than 1 million in the case of Texas. from their voter rolls because they're no longer eligible under state law to vote. They've died, they've moved,
Right.
whatever the case may be.
Well, why isn't every state doing that, especially swing states?
Well,
What about Illinois?
Right. So there's a reason they're not. But even more to the point, you think, let's say you're good, you're a good faith about this. You have good intentions. Right. You think those states, those are just hillbilly states, Virginia, those are just hillbilly states run by backwater Republicans, Virginia. There's no Democrats there. So they have to clean their voter rolls like every state does, because it's just a matter of the mobility of Americans and the finite time we're on this planet. And that happens every day. And so you need to update if you want to make sure that you're as close to a pristine voter list, eligibility list, and thus an election that has integrity. You need to do this. So it's just happening in those states that are actively finding all of these people who are ineligible to vote. But it's not happening in Maricopa County or anywhere else in Arizona. It's not happening in the state of Arizona. It's not happening in other border states, or since we're all border states now, it's not happening in all 50 states. If there's that many in a handful of states that are actively looking to prune their voter rolls to comply with the law, but these other states where politicians like Mark Kelly say it's not a problem, it's just not a problem. They got a handle on it. Oh, they got a handle on it, all right. Marvin in Burlington, Wisconsin.
Yeah, good morning. Subject is infuriating. I mean, they can't keep us safe from any kind of pandemics. There's another one supposedly coming that they're all gearing up for. They can't keep us safe from just ordinary citizen criminals out on the street. They don't want to punish them. I'm speaking in they, meaning the government, local, all of them, that steal our money on a daily basis. They can't teach our children, and what they are teaching them is garbage. They're putting them on drugs so they can keep them on drugs for their entire lives. Now they don't want the U.S. citizen to have a value. It used to be that, or I thought it was in the Constitution, that you had to be a U.S. citizen to vote. Now they want the whole world to vote. And, I mean, if this goes on, we're finished.
Yeah,
we're finished.
We're all citizens of the world, right, Marvin? Thanks for the call.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
As a business owner, do you have a strategy for exiting your business? Most business owners don't. Studies done by the Exit Planning Institute show 75% of business owners who don't have an exit plan are dissatisfied with their exit, and 80% of businesses put to market never sell. Total Clarity Wealth Management understands the hesitation to discuss exiting. Will customers leave? Will competitors take advantage? Will key employees leave? That's why they offer confidential planning. Contact Anne-Marie at Total Clarity Wealth Management. Discover what the financial foundation should be to pursue an exit that is satisfying. At some point, you are going to leave your business. Will it be on your terms? Total Clarity can show you the way to financial readiness and keep you on track. Anne-Marie is a certified exit planning advisor. Visit TotalClarityBusiness.com. That's TotalClarityBusiness.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Total Clarity Wealth Management, Inc., a registered investment advisor and separate entity from LPL Financial.
What a waste of time, money, and vacation days. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. And if you've had a bad knee or hip replacement surgery, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because sometimes the surgery doesn't even work. But there is an alternative. QC Kinetics. Check it out before you go under the knife. QC Kinetics uses your own body's properties to repair damaged joint tissue due to arthritis or an injury. Folks, it's regenerative medicine. Think about it. If you cut your hand, it eventually heals. But don't take my word for it. Find out for yourself with a free consultation. And what's really cool is the fact that Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, the National Medical Director and former orthopedic surgeon, is located right here in the Chicago area. Call now to end your chronic pain and learn more about QC Kinetics. They have new locations in Gurnee and Crystal Lake. Saturday appointments available. The number to call is 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Attention maintenance coordinators. Fans are a vital part of your business's building or factory. You've got to keep the air moving, but when they break down or need service, who can you call? Vans Industrial repairs all types of fans, from small wall fans to large air movers.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. Fan repair is one of many services that Vans offers. If you have a fan with a damaged shaft, bearing, impeller, or housing, we can help. And if you need a new fan, we handle all major brands and can provide engineering assistance to properly size your new fan. Our crews can respond to your emergencies or routine maintenance and will have your fan back up and running fast. And when we're done repairing your fan, we can also dynamically balance it so it runs smooth for years to come.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND to get your fan repaired today. That's 833-VANS-IND, or on the web, vansindustrial.com. At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
It's your life, your legacy. Shouldn't it be your choice? For nearly 2 centuries, Catholic Cemetery Chicago has been a haven for families, offering sacred spaces to honor these legacies. Take an active role by pre-planning your final arrangements. Alleviate your loved ones a future financial burden. Lock in today's prices and take advantage of no-interest payments and no hidden fees. Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 to schedule a free consultation today.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Trump had some comments about the format for Tuesday evening's one and only debate. We'll discuss with Amber Duke, the Spectator's Washington editor, at 7:07.
Yeah, the rules have been put in place, but now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
2 police officers critically wounded in Western Illinois in a shooting near Western Illinois University. A man charged in a Blue Line shooting to remain in custody. WIND Chicago News Time 7.
A vigil in Georgia hours after a school shooting. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Heavenly Father, for all who are gathered in this place, I pray that you bless each and every person.
Morning, the 2 students and 2 teachers killed. 9 others were wounded until an armed school resource officer confronted the gunman.
He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director Chris Hosey says the 14-year-old boy will be charged as an adult.
Now, questions still remain about how the shooter got the gun inside this school, but we do know the teenager was on the FBI radar since last year.
Fox's Dana Marie McNichol outside Appalachia High School says the boy and his father were questioned about online school shooting threats last year, but the FBI found no probable cause to take any action. Vice President Harris reacted while campaigning in New Hampshire.
We have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way.
Former President Trump in a statement called the shooter a deranged monster, then said at a Fox's Hannity town hall in Pennsylvania, we have to heal our world, and they have to vote for him.
Even if you don't like me, you can sit there and say, I can't stand that guy, but there's no way I'm going to vote for her.
Now, 5 days before the Trump-Harris debate, ABC has set rules, just like the June Trump-Biden debate.
There will be no audience, no opening statements, no pre-written notes allowed, no topics or questions shared in advance, and no live mics when the other candidate is answering a question.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Russia is accused of meddling in the U.S. again ahead of the election. 2 RT state media employees still in Russia indicted. Fox's David Spunt reports the alleged scheme was
to expose U.S. voters to hidden Russian influence messaging through TikTok, Instagram, X, and YouTube. We reached out to RT for comment, and the company responded in part with the following. Ha, 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 ha.
Sure, that was much funnier in the original Russian. But for us, it's not funny. This is deadly serious.
That's Attorney General Merrick Garland. America's listening to Fox News.
64 degrees. Partly cloudy skies at 7:02. Good morning, everyone. Authorities are responding to a shooting in the 300 block of North Normal Street near Western Illinois University. It happened in the evening of September 4th when 2 police officers were shot and critically wounded, fulfilling a warrant. Reports indicate this morning the Corbin Olson Residential Hall at Western Illinois remains under lockdown. And 3 suspects have been charged in connection to the murder of a Chicago postal worker found shot to death in a car earlier this year in Orland Park. 2 men and 1 woman are facing charges, including one of the male suspects, 29-year-old Kieran Williams, who was arrested by the FBI in Las Vegas in August. He appeared before a judge yesterday on first-degree murder charges. A 30-year-old is charged with killing 4 people on board a Chicago area transit train. Ronnie Davis must remain in custody. Assistant State's Attorney Eugene Wood says Davis wore a mask while shooting victims on 2 train cars headed to Forest Park.
There were 3 sleeping passengers on board the car with the defendant.
The attorneys offered few details about Davis, who does have a long criminal history, including a 2020 arrest for disorderly conduct. An investigation is underway after a man was found shot to death on Chicago's South Side. The victim discovered yesterday in a vehicle in the 4000 block of South King Drive. A Union Pacific employee died Wednesday after being struck by a Metra train in southeast Wisconsin. Crash happened just after noon along the UP North Line in Kenosha. And North Riverside police say a car fleeing a traffic stop struck and injured a man Wednesday evening. Police say the driver fled on foot. A search for the driver and investigation by North Riverside police is ongoing. Cubs combine on a no-hitter, beating the Pirates 12-0 at Wrigley Field. The final out to Cubs reliever Porter Hodge.
I mean, it was definitely cool to be a part of and realize that it was finally came to an end. You know, just like mixed emotions, waiting for that ball to finally get out to the first baseman for the final out. It's just like so nerve-wracking is what I felt.
Chicago remains 4.5 back of the Braves for the last National League wild card spot. White Sox snap a 12-game losing skid with an 8-1 win over the Orioles. Week 1 of the NFL season finally here. Chiefs and Ravens at Arrowhead tonight. Bears dealing with some nagging injuries. 6 players were sidelined at practice yesterday, including wideout Keenan Allen. 7:05, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris will meet on the debate stage for the first time on September 10th. And AM 560 is throwing a debate watch party, and we want you to join us. Join Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and fellow AM 560 listeners on Tuesday, September 10th at Moretti's Unique Events in Hoffman Estates for a buffet dinner, followed by the debate. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/debate. That's 560theanswer.com/debate.
If you own or run a business and you listen to AM 560, you might not realize that the conservative programming that you enjoy is supported by advertisers. Our loyal listeners love to do business with the advertisers they hear every day on AM 560. Now, it probably won't surprise you that there are some businesses who avoid advertising with us because they don't like what we do here. And that's okay, because our audience wants to support businesses that support what we do and think like we think. We would love to have you join the list of successful companies who are already reaching new, like-minded customers. Most AM 560 advertisers have been here for years for one simple reason: they get results. Join our efforts to make a difference in the lives of our listeners who are passionate about supporting our great family of AM 560 advertisers. To learn more, just visit 560theanswer.com/advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Can you read this email for me?
Of course. Jeez, I wish they could do something for your eyesight.
Ugh, me too. But you heard what they said. There's nothing we can do.
When vision loss can't be corrected with glasses or surgery, and hope seems lost, turn to Spectrios Institute for Low Vision. Spectrios doctors specialize in the treatment of vision loss related to eye diseases, such as macular degeneration, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. There is hope, supported by science with personalized rehabilitation plans, occupational therapies, and access technology at Spectrios. Talk to a patient service manager. They'll walk you through the program. Spectrios takes BCBS and Medicare insurance. They also have grants for qualifying patients and offer a Seeing is Believing children's outreach program. Go to spectrios.org, located in Wheaton in a building that says it all, the House of Hope. That's spectrios.org. Spectrios Institute, the head, heart, and eyes approach to better vision. Remember to keep Spectrios Institute, a 501c, in your estate or legacy planning.
7:08, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. You have a medical PPO insurance. Find out how you could save almost 90% on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify, almostfreeteeth.com. Kennedy, 80 minutes right now. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Right now, an hour 20 on the inbound night. 390 into the old post office. Dan Ryan in, 30 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Disabled vehicle on I-80 eastbound, right at the Des Plaines River Bridge. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, let's get the latest on the forecast with Ruth O'Brien.
For today, sunshine mixing with clouds, very warm with high 88, cloudy tonight with a couple of showers and thunderstorms, low 63. Breezy, cooler tomorrow with times of clouds and sun with an afternoon shower, high up to 71. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
65 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Trump in that town hall in Harrisburg, PA, that he had yesterday with Sean Hannity doing the Q&A, provided some details as to Tuesday night's first and perhaps only debate between Trump and Harris.
Yeah, it'll be one and done.
Depends how it goes. And
well, early voting starts September 16th in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, okay. This is what Trump said about what Kamala wanted but didn't get.
Did her campaign, when they said that they wanted to change the rules that they had agreed to, did they ask for notes? Did they ask for the...
They wanted notes.
They wanted to be seated, and they wanted your mic hot.
And they wanted a desk. They didn't want to do... I said, you got to do a stand-up.
After they already agreed to the other.
Yeah, but they wanted a desk from the beginning. You know who else wanted a desk? Sleepy Joe. He wanted a desk.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. The parallels. Well, the parallels are appropriate because it's basically the same rules as the Biden-Trump debate from June.
Yeah, microphones off, no notes. That's going to be interesting. They're going to let them have a pad of paper, a pen, and a bottle of water. There's going to be 2 commercial breaks, and that's pretty much everything else is the same.
Well, the reason that Harris wanted the mics on is because she was looking for this moment like she had in 2020 with Vice President Pence during their debate. Remember this?
In 1864.
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Okay.
She wanted that. She wanted that boss girl moment.
Yeah.
Like she did a couple of times. Pence trying to Bigfoot Pence and show I'm as rough and tumble as the boys here, and whip up all of the View audience members into a lather over her toughness in the face of these Republican thugs, these bullies like Trump and his henchmen.
She could take on the man.
Yeah, Trump also had comment on sort of an interesting development yesterday, that picture of many of the Wallses,
Oh, yeah.
Tim Walls's family members who are Trump voters, apparently.
Dear Lord.
About, a half dozen of them.
Yeah, they mostly cousins. It's Tim Walz's grandfather's brother, that entire side of the family. They all live in Nebraska, and they were wearing Waltz Family for Trump T-shirts. But at one point in time, it got a little goofy because somebody superimposed a picture of Trump in there with the family members, but that was fake. But the picture of the family was real. Yes.
It wasn't just extended family.
His brother too.
Yeah, his brother said that his brother Tim is not the type of character, quote unquote, you want in the White House. The stories I could tell. Trump reacted thusly.
His brother endorsed me.
I saw it.
And his whole family. I saw the picture. And honestly, it was a very nice looking family. But his brother endorsed me, and the whole family endorsed me. I said, who are all the people?
Let me play
Let me tell you, there's something weird with that guy. He's a weird guy. JD is not weird. He's a solid rock. I happen to be a very solid rock. We're not weird. We're other things perhaps, but we're not weird. But he is a weird guy. He walks on the stage. There's something wrong with that guy.
Yeah, there is something wrong with Field Marshal Tim, starting with what he's done as governor of Minnesota and what he's doing now.
Yeah, he walks on stage like it's The Price is Right. And when he ran for Congress and 2 times for governor, he never did that, acted that way.
Yeah. Anyway, and again, look, Mary Trump, Trump's now deceased sister, not a big fan of Donald either. She had negative things to say about him. So, family is complicated. But a lot of Walz family members come out from Trump. Just on the volume, he wins that skirmish, I guess. Amber Duke is the Spectator's Washington editor. She's also the author of The Snowflakes Revolt, How Woke Millennials Hijacked American Media. She joins us now. Amber, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Good morning.
What do you expect Kamala's angle is going to be on Tuesday night?
Well, she said when she first started running against Trump and usurped Joe Biden that she wanted this to be a story of the prosecutor going after the convicted felon, calling back to her time as DA of San Francisco and then Attorney General of California. So I have no doubt that she's going to bring up his history of indictments and, unfortunately, the criminal conviction in the hush money case in New York. And that will be probably the bulk of what she talks about because she can't really talk about policy. We saw in the Dana Bash interview that she was not willing to talk about how she had this massive transformation from 2019 to 2024.
Her values never changed. Her values never changed. Yeah.
And she also ripped off some policies from Trump himself.
Well, I mean, I'm surprised she's not wearing a MAGA hat. I mean, even with the capital gains tax, I mean, everything she's doing is ripped out of Trump's playbook. So is he going to call her out on that?
I would be shocked if he didn't. My guess is, based on what we've been seeing from the Trump campaign over the past few weeks, is that they're very eager to talk about her history of flip-flopping. But the important needle to thread there is to point out exactly that line that you mentioned, Dan, which is my values haven't changed. That is a signal to voters that as much as she is trying to moderate on the campaign trail this time around, what she would actually do when she was in office is what she campaigned on in 2019.
Well, right, and it's not just, and this point of emphasis too that Vivek Ramaswamy made on CNN the other day, which is it's not just rhetorical position she took running for president, it's action she took. So she took action. She co-sponsored legislation that would have banned private health insurance. She moved legislation that would have blocked leases for fracking. I mean, so do you trust what she actually did? You know, it's always, I get everybody says don't listen to what politicians say, watch what they do, because all these politicians are fork-tongued. Right. Okay, fine. Take that as your cynical starting point. Look at what she actually did, not just what she said.
It's an important point because just last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago now, her campaign said on an email warning people that when J.D. Vance gave his big economic speech that he was going to lie about the Harris campaign. One of those supposed lies that they referenced was Kamala supporting an electric vehicle mandate.
Mm-hmm.
And I read that and I thought, that's weird. I'm pretty sure she did support an electric vehicle mandate. And sure enough, she co-sponsored a piece of legislation after she started running for president for the 2020 nomination and while she was still in the Senate that would have effectively banned gas vehicles by 2035. 2040 at the latest. And then, of course, the Biden administration, through the Inflation Reduction Act, enshrined all of these new EPA rules that would have forced car manufacturers to stop manufacturing gas vehicles along about the same time frame. So again, there's no explanation of, okay, would you actually, a reporter asked her if she would have voted for the legislation that she co-sponsored in the Senate, and unsurprisingly, the campaign did not reply.
What did you think of Trump's little riff last night in Harrisburg? And the topic was her flip-flopping on fracking, where she's had her John Fetterman, I'm for fracking because I'm for fracking. Where he said about that, look. She gets in and, fracking leases go away in Pennsylvania and the $1 billion that those leases throw off for the state to fund this or to fund that and the jobs that are associated with that part of the oil and gas exploration industry and so forth. And he said, look, you have to vote for me. Even if you say, I can't stand that guy, you still have to vote for me. What about that as really sort of a appeal to people that are in the middle and they're in the middle not because of policy reasons, but because of personality reasons? Is that something that maybe can tip the scales where they need to be tipped?
I do think it's helpful when Trump is self-aware, when he acknowledges that maybe sometimes he's a little uncouth on social media, or he makes fun of the opposition, and some people in the middle don't really like that. I think when he acknowledges and kind of makes it funny, that does help. I mean, of course, we'll see if there's movement in the polls on that, but based on a national survey project that I've seen on Background, the numbers suggest that suburban voters are coming home to Trump like they did in 2016. Of course, they lost some in 2020 because people were kind of exhausted by all of the constant media aggression towards the Trump administration. I think the issues now are undoubtedly on Trump's side, right? He's got the economy, he's got immigration, he's got crime. Those are the top three issues for voters in pretty much every poll that you look at. To be able to tamp down some of that personal stuff and say, hey, look, guys, I get it. You might not like me, but think about what's going to be best for your family. I have no doubt that's an effective message.
Yeah, and to that end, I mean, he's for a lot of the nervousness, and I understand why people are nervous, but around Kamala's surge since her announcement, which has tapered off as you were describing. I mean, Trump is still running well ahead of where he was against Hillary in 2016. And you won't have the anomalous 2020 election. I mean, I know early voting starts earlier and earlier, as Amy was mentioning, September 16th in Pennsylvania, but you won't have 60 million ballots preemptively mailed out the way that you did in 2016. You won't have Zucker boxes in Wisconsin the way that you did in 2016. It's uneven among the battleground states in terms of the quality of the administration of their elections, but it's going to be much closer to 2016, and he's in a much better place.
The RNC also won a lawsuit since 2020 that allows them to work on this early voting craziness, where they actually are allowed to be in charge of and directing groups to make sure that Republicans are voting early and doing mail-in ballots and all of that as well. There wasn't really a organization that could do that or was prepared to do that like the left was in 2020. So that's a big difference. You're 100% right. Trump is outpolling where he has been in the past two races. He's best positioned at this point in the campaign of any time since he's run for president. And the only poll this past week that suggests that Kamala Harris got some kind of bump from the Democratic National Convention was this morning consult poll that had her up 8 points in Wisconsin, 4 in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and 3 in Michigan. And I don't think anyone serious believes those numbers. If you look at the forecasting by Silver, who does the Silver Bulletin, he gives Trump a close to 60% chance of winning the election. And every state poll that has come out since the DNC has the race effectively tied. Effectively tied is a win for Trump.
Right. Well, what about September 18th, his sentencing date? How do you think that's going to play a part of this?
You know, I think that it's probably going to end up being no jail time based on what all of the legal experts, even if you watch CNN or MSNBC, they say no jail time. He might get community service or some time on parole. And when Trump had his Mar-a-Lago property raided by the FBI, that was when he surged to the top of the Republican primary. He gets a bump from these things because people don't like the idea of targeting your political opponents with the Department of Justice. I think that the image of him actually being in court and receiving a sentence could be helpful. I mean, there's an argument, too, that it might turn off suburban voters. But people are generally exhausted by all of the lawfare against Trump with so many different cases that they're supposed to be following. It all just gets to be too much and people tune out.
I think it'll be interesting. I mean, I've always subscribed to the theory that they have to impose a sentence. Now, it'll be stayed until, stayed pending appeal. They're not going to put him in prison because that would be too over the top. But you have to justify what you did. And so if you give him community service, it's like, well, what was all this for? A fine and 40 hours of community service? This is absurd. And it makes them look even more absurd than they are, as you said, sort of the boomerang effect. So it seems to me, unless it really polls badly, and I believe that Merchant is sensitive to the politics of this, to say the least, if it really polls badly to impose a prison sentence, even if you stay the sentence, then maybe. But otherwise, I just think they have to justify themselves. What was all of this effort for? I thought this was a serious crime, and he's a serious scofflaw that needs to, understand he's not above the rule of law and so on and so forth. And then you give him a slap on the wrist?
Right, and it comes across as very petty. I mean, you're right. They're in a lose-lose situation where they throw a presidential candidate in jail. That becomes a very obvious signal that they are willing to literally criminalize the opposition, or they give him a slap on the wrist. And it's like, okay, why did you spend millions of taxpayer dollars trying this case if you weren't going to take it seriously? And I believe there's still the opportunity for the DA to request another delay from the judge. He has to decide whether he wants to do the sentencing on September 18th or if he wants to push it until after the election. They've already delayed it once, so I'm also not even sure that they're going to end up doing this on the 18th.
Well, he's really up against the clock. I mean, Bragg has already played Pontius Pilate on delaying the sentencing, and you don't have any predicate to delay it more like you did with the Supreme Court's decision in the immunity case. So I don't know, but it'll be interesting. Before we let you go, I did want to reference this piece you wrote for The Spectator. This will surprise no one, but you provide some illuminating details that Kamala Harris, a bit of a conniving social climber.
Yes, indeed. This is a really interesting story from back when Kamala Harris was working in the DA's office in San Francisco before she was elected DA. And it actually comes from a colleague of hers who wrote in the Anderson Valley Advertiser, actually, a really small paper. So it kind of went unnoticed by a lot of people about the fact that people in the office were very worried that Kamala Harris was getting a bit above her station, that she was fielding too many media requests and basically trying to usurp the office from her boss. She was asked if she would ever run against him, and she said no, But then a few years later, she not only ran against him, but ran a very nasty personal campaign where she implied that he was guilty of corruption, accused his office of being in disarray. And I think there's some interesting parallels there between how she backstabbed her boss in 2003 for her first campaign for political office. And now you fast forward and it seems pretty clear that she was probably involved in the effort to oust Joe Biden, because reporting from Seymour Hersh says that he was threatened with the 25th Amendment.
Right.
They would have had to have Kamala on board for that.
Right. And it's
acting so surprised on a Sunday when they called.
And it's it's an interesting pattern of behavior, right? Too. It's she does that, and we're talking about it at the DA level and then at the presidential level, and that is a clean break from the person that she worked for, right? I had nothing to do with what was going on in that office in which I worked. I have nothing to do, and she was like, ironically, like second in charge, I think, for at least a time in the district attorney's office, and just like the same thing we have here. She was vice president. She had nothing to do with what's been going on the last 3.5 years. We need to make a clean break from it.
Right. She was the assistant DA, and she, in her campaign against her boss, whose name was Terrence Hallinan, she, inciting that the office was in disarray, referenced this incident where he had fired a bunch of prosecutors when he first got into the office. And that happened well before Kamala was hired on. So the question would then be, okay, well, you knew the office was in disarray. He fired all these prosecutors, but you still decided to go work there. Kind of like she called Joe Biden a racist during the Democratic primary campaign and then still decided to work for him.
Yeah, conniving social climber, as I mentioned.
She knows what she's doing.
She's not the only one in politics, but she's another one in politics. Amber Duke, the Spectator's Washington editor, author of The Snowflakes Revolt, How Woke Millennials Hijacked American Media. Thanks, Amber. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Scott Tucker believes retirement planning should be easy, and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Scott created the Retirement Decoded Toolkit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of his latest book, Escape Illinois: Should I Stay or Should I Go? This book will provide insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get your free Retirement Decoded Toolkit, text KIT, K-I-T, to 847-474-3888, or go to retirementdecoded.com. Now, in addition to the book, you'll also receive resources on retirement's most common concerns. Get your Retirement Decoded Toolkit from Scott Tucker right now by texting KIT to 847-474-3888, or go to retirementdecoded.com. Investment advisory products and services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC. A registered investment advisor, this is a paid placement.
Would you go to court without a lawyer when the other guy is lawyered up? Or are you going to go it alone and learn law and procedure as you go? When you have an insurance claim for your home or business, it's the same thing.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company.
Insurance companies will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them. Not you.
If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%, and we could do the same for you. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
I don't need to tell you how important a good night's sleep is, but like most people, sometimes you can't fall asleep or you wake up during the night. That's why I want to tell you about Z-Factor. Z-Factor is a 100% drug-free way to help you fall asleep faster, sleep longer, and sleep better. Z-Factor is from the makers of Relief Factor. Now, Z-Factor uses a formula of 4 all-natural ingredients to calm your mind and relax your body so you ease into sleep faster and sleep through the night. Just ask Maureen G. She said, quote, "This product broke a 15-year nightly cycle of lying in bed for hours before falling asleep," unquote. Or Bernard K., who said, "It cut down significantly the amount of times I wake up." Rediscover the joy of a great night's sleep, just like Barbara, who called it the best sleep I ever had. Try Z Factor from Relief Factor and save 46% on your first order. Just go to ReliefFactor.com to order, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's 800-4-RELIEF for Z Factor.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson joins us to talk about what we were mentioning in the context of border security last hour, which is cleaning voter rolls and fixing election problems in battleground states like his home state of Wisconsin. That's 7:37.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Sunshine 64. Police shot and killed a man during an exchange of gunfire in the German city of Munich, in an area near the Israeli consulate and a museum on the city's Nazi-era history. Police are on the lookout for more incidents there. A deadly school shooting is under investigation in Winder, Georgia. A 14-year-old student entered Appalachia High School, killing 2 students, 2 teachers, and sending 9 others to the hospital. Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director Chris Hosey.
Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out.
Former President Trump, back in Pennsylvania for a town hall, was immediately asked about the Georgia high school event on Wednesday, as was Democrat candidate Kamala Harris on the stump yesterday.
It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
Federal officials reveal the suspect made online threats to commit a school shooting back in May of 2023. The Justice Department is accusing Russia of trying to influence the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Attorney General Merrick Garland.
The American people are entitled to know when a foreign power is attempting to exploit our country's free exchange of ideas in order to send around its own propaganda.
Bit of a heartwarming story out of Buffalo this morning. Bills safety Damar Hamlin is going to be in the starting lineup for the team's season opener against Arizona. You may remember that name. Hamlin hasn't started a game in the NFL since he suffered a cardiac arrest during a Monday night football game in January of last year. Authorities are responding to a shooting in the 300 block of Normal near Western Illinois University. Police first arrived on the scene last evening. Officers were shot as they were fulfilling a warrant. They left the scene in critical condition. Reports indicate they are in stable condition this morning. Police are still on the scene and urge the public to avoid the area. 3 suspects charged in connection to the murder of a Chicago postal worker found shot to death inside of a car earlier this year in Orland Park. The male suspects, 29-year-old Kieran Williams and 28-year-old Tyshawn Boyd of Chicago, and a 20-year-old female suspect, Alexis Hernandez from Crete. Williams went before a judge yesterday. Cubs combined to no-hit the Pirates 12-0 at Wrigley Field. Shota Imanaga, just 2 walks, striking out 7. Cody Bellinger and Dansby Swanson with 2-run home runs. The Northsiders have the scuffling Yankees next. White Sox blow out the Orioles 8-1. Southsiders back in action against the Red Sox tomorrow night. And the Bulls back in the news, adding some depth to their backcourt last night, signing Talen Horton-Tucker. The 23-year-old spent the last 2 seasons with Utah. The news a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee because great coffee is their family tradition. Online, papanicholas.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager sees collusion without trying.
They get away with everything. You know where there's collusion? There's collusion between the left and the media. They don't sit down and get talking points. just the same leftists who run the Democratic Party run the media. They don't have to sit down and talk to one another.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
One of the most important decisions you can make as a parent is where you send your kids to school. But these days, it's never been harder to know which school is best. Public schools have changed a lot, and you might be thinking about sending your child to a private Christian school. But you also know that private school can be expensive, and in this economy, you might think it's not an option. Well, think again. With halfpriceschools.com, you can purchase tuition vouchers for half the price of normal tuition for private schools. For nearly 10 years, halfpriceschools.com has helped families from all over Chicagoland make the dream of private school a reality, and that can be the reality for you and your child too. Just go to halfpriceschools.com, search for a private Christian school near you, and purchase a voucher. It's that easy. Visit halfpriceschools.com. That's halfpriceschools.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484.
Attention college and university students, introducing 2 brand new revolutionary books published in chemistry and physiology that'll make both easier to understand. The first book, entitled New and Effective Method for Solving General Chemistry Problems, details an amazing method that simplifies chemistry problems down to fractions of multiplication and division. Students, you no longer need to memorize and use any chemical formula. The second book, entitled The Only True Outline of Physiology, reduces an entire 300-page physiology textbook down to 105 pages by eliminating excessive wordage that can be time-consuming and confusing. The Only True Outline of Physiology underlines the information most likely to be asked on exams and helps you better understand the principles of physiology. For more details on either book, visit Zarantos-Publishing.com. Both are available on Amazon or at Zarantos-Publishing.com in a digital format and in print form upon request. Say goodbye to confusing chemistry and physiology content. Get these books today. That's Zarantos-Publishing.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
7:39. A check of the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. For our friends in Plainfield, accident with injuries right in front of the fire department, 119th and Millennium. That's in Plainfield, Will County this morning. Downers Grove, Maple, and Walnut, an accident reported this morning. I-80, stop and go on the westbound side between Route 53 and the Des Plaines River Bridge. Jane Addams slowing up on the toll road eastbound between Route 25 and Roselle. Tri-State, stop and slow. Stevenson up through 47. DuSable Lakeshore Drive, due to all the closures in Grant Park right now, is slow northbound between the Stevenson and Jackson. Traffic, a service of Quick Delivery Service. Visit quickdelivery.com when you need same-day delivery of your routes. Ground delivery when you need it from safe, licensed professionals at quickdelivery.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunshine will mix with clouds. Warm and humid. High 88 today. Partly cloudy and 65. Your next news update comes your way at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I'm fascinated by this story out of New York. A former top aide to New York Governor Kathy Hochul, Linda Sun is her name, and her husband indicted for being Chinese assets working in New York state government and attempting to advance the interests of Beijing in said state government. Wall Street Journal opining, while working for Albany, Ms. Sun seems to have kept in close touch with Beijing's consulate, including about her efforts to fend off Taiwanese outreach to state leaders. And they've got examples culled from the indictment that speak to this, not to mention the allegation that she laundered unlawful proceeds through bank accounts, she and her husband, opened in the name of a close relative. The couple bought real estate for $3.6 million in New York and a Hawaii condo for $1.9 million. No mortgages, paid cash, despite relatively meager tax returns. And apparently had a hard time explaining that, or chose not to explain to federal prosecutors, one or the other. And the most fascinating thing about this case is I didn't know that FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, was still in force. I thought that was permanently suspended when Hunter Biden seemingly ran afoul of it. But no, they brought it back. It's au courant again, the Foreign Agents Registration Act. I know it was useful against Paul Manafort, not useful against Hunter Biden, so they suspended it. Now useful against Linda Sun. Boy, I just want to make clear, Eric Swalwell is not mentioned in this because I know
he was a secret lover.
He's susceptible to the honeypots as well.
And by the way, jury selection begins today in Hunter Biden's tax evasion case in California.
Linda Sun, boy, she really got the patter of the new Bolshevik Party down. Listen to Linda Sun in her role as Deputy Chief of Staff to the Governor of New York, talking about what else? Diversity, equity, inclusion.
I think, when people say diversity and inclusion, I think everybody agrees, or most people generally agree that it's a good thing, right? But I think right now we also need to bring in the word equity, right? Diversity is when you say that there's, many different types of people with different backgrounds and they're all, invited to the table. Inclusion is when, we include all of their ideas. But equity is when we make sure that all of the people who are at the table have equal access to making sure that their ideas and their thoughts are heard. And unfortunately, I think some of the statistics that you quoted is that we don't have that much leadership or representation.
There you go. Diversity, equity, inclusion gets the stamp of approval from the Chinese Communist Party. What more do you need? There's some more fodder for Robbie Starbuck online.
Do you think she was secretly laughing at us?
For more on all this, we're pleased to be joined by Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin. Senator Johnson, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, you too. How about that development in New York and the use of this arcane law, the Foreign Agents Registration Act?
Well, first of all, wouldn't it be nice if DEI stood for diversity, excellence, and integrity?
Yes, it would be.
But it doesn't. And obviously, we have a multi-tier system of justice in this country. It's not just dual tier. It's one system if you're a well-connected Democrat. It's one system if you're Donald Trump. It's one system if you're a Republican who might be looking for elected office. And then there's a system for kind of everybody else. So you got multiple tiers, but it obviously favors powerful Democrats, powerful leftists. And I just hope that more Americans are waking up to that reality and reject it.
Well, speaking of the law or proposed legislation in the case, the SAVE Act that's been proposed to provide more integrity to elections at the state level, advanced by congressional Republicans. This was received by your colleague from Arizona, Senator Mark Kelly, as a solution in search of a problem because there is no evidence, he said, that people in this country illegally are voting illegally?
Well, there's all kinds of evidence. I just recently wrote a column that ran in the Federalist where Virginia, for example, I believe they're using their Department of Motor Vehicles registrations. So somebody signs up for a driver's license, declares themselves a non-citizen. They apparently checked that against the voter rolls, so they had to purge, I think, 6,300 illegal immigrants from their voter rolls because, so first of all, the question is, how did they get registered to vote? Boston claims that 70 illegal immigrants requested that their names get pulled off the voter registration file, probably because if they're on there illegally, it'd impact their immigration benefits. But how did those people get on the voter registration roll, maybe even without their knowledge? So, I mean, the fact of the matter is the Democrats, the Biden-Harris administration's open border policy, the only rationale for that clear and present danger is Democrats wanting to flood this country in with people that are illegal, that are very appreciative to Democrats for allowing them into this country, that they can rely on to vote for them for decades in the future, which is why they're trying to relax all the controls and, of course, deny the fact that anybody could vote illegally.
And I mean, so that this becomes a problem, that varies from state to state in terms of the severity of it. And you make the point about actions being taken, as we did earlier in the program, in places like Ohio and Virginia and Texas. And if their voter rolls need a good scrubbing to remove people who are not eligible to vote, then it's likely at some level that is the case in all 50 states. And so there should be the same earnestness, but there isn't for, I think, fairly obvious reasons. What about Wisconsin specifically? We just always kind of want to check in on the battleground states and see how they're doing. And it's sort of been a mixed bag. Zucker boxes are no longer in Wisconsin, but there are some other concerning aspects of the administration of the election there.
Yeah, well, we were able to get rid of Zuckerbucks via a referendum where Wisconsin voters, but the Wisconsin legislature, which is Republican, passed 9 election reforms, which our Democrat governor vetoed. We have 7.5 million people on our voter rolls. We've only got 3.5 million eligible voters, and Democrats just refuse to purge those voter rolls. Why? What's all that about? And of course, the irregularities in the 2020 election, which people just vehemently deny, they're undeniable in Wisconsin. You had 170,000 ballots that were tiered unlawfully by Milwaukee election clerks. You had the balloting in the park. That was 17,000 ballots that never should have been collected that way. We had the Zuckerbucks abuses primarily in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where the pressure was so high the election clerk resigned, and Zuckerbucks, their political hacks basically ran the election in Green Bay. Gee, what could go wrong there? And of course, so you have all these election irregularity deniers, wailing and gnashing their teeth that was the most high integrity election in our lifetime. It simply wasn't so. So it emboldens people moving forward. It's very difficult to uncover election fraud, particularly after an election where you've got to quickly certify the results. Nobody wants to then acknowledge that, maybe those results weren't legitimate. The losing candidate's already out of cash, so they have no way to fund an investigation. So this just continues to build, and they get more and more sophisticated. One of the things I wrote about, not about voting, but still election, the phenomenon of smurfing. Eric O'Keefe uncovered this in March of 2023, where he identified individuals who, unbeknownst to them, had literally given thousands of low-dollar donations worth, in some cases, I've got a new list. One person in Minnesota, Minneapolis, had 9,500 donations, total amount almost $1.5 million. And the FEC, I contacted them immediately afterwards, wrote them a letter. We keep bugging them. Are you even investigating this? And of course, the Federal Election Commission just turns a blind eye to it, and just like very few people are investigating this. We've got a couple attorney generals now that are bugging the FEC, but I mean, to me, this ought to be massive news. Certainly pushed by the legacy corporate media, but we know why that won't happen.
Right, straw donations on a you pick off Dinesh D'Souza for a straw donation, or essentially, and he was wrong and he admitted it. But when you have it going on a mass scale like you're describing, nobody's paying attention because of who the beneficiaries are.
Precisely. And, most of these are small dollar donations go through Act Blue. And it's always puzzled me that the party that represents the poor and downtrodden, supposedly, which is not even close to the truth anymore, but they're the ones that lead in small dollar donations. So, all these people can struggle to get by somehow, just have enough to cough up millions to their favorite Democrat politician.
In Wisconsin, I just wanted to get clarity too. Zucker Bucks, but what about Zucker Boxes or some 2024 iteration of that? Those because this is sort of where you had the muling going on, the collection and the dropping. That's still a feature of the landscape in Wisconsin?
Well, I think the most troubling thing there is our Wisconsin Supreme Court now, our leftist court, just made something up. It obviously. Those, from my standpoint, those collection boxes are not allowed in Wisconsin, but they just said, they are.
Mm-hmm.
From my standpoint, though, that's somewhat of a distraction. I don't see the big difference between those and postal boxes. You can drop off an absentee ballot in a postal box or one of these ballot boxes. So I honestly think that's more of a distraction to take people's eye off the main problem, which is illegal immigrants coming in here. Mm-hmm. The Biden administration basically telling all their agencies that you should register voters. I'm sure that's done in a nonpartisan way, right? The massive donations through the smurfing. To me, those are the real abuses.
And with respect to Wisconsin, I mean, think in the rural counties that are Trump territory, we're not as concerned about these things. But sometimes, if you don't pay attention to your base, this is where they infiltrate because you're not expecting it, as opposed to Milwaukee, which is obvious, for example, or Dane County for that matter. But what is the program, the combination of national, state, and local Republican Party operations for doing the best as can be done under the law to provide for ballot integrity in Wisconsin?
Well, mostly it's about election workers and election observers. So in Wisconsin, we've recruited over 5,000 election workers. These people are trained and they're paid. So they're the ones that are opening up the absentee ballots, comparing signatures. You got to have eyes on the process. And to a certain extent, that worked. In 2022, mine was a close election. Mm-hmm. And even in Milwaukee, by 11 o'clock at night, they had their ballots counted and they had the results in. So I didn't have to worry about Milwaukee election officials at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning trying to find the 26,000 votes they needed. So, I mean, it helps to a certain extent, but we really need to prevent fraud on the front end, which is difficult to do. In Wisconsin, to challenge an illegal voter, you've got to provide an individual affidavit. And that's a individual legal process for every one of those people that somebody might identify that may not be a legal voter. So it's an arduous process. But that's why I think it's so important that we need to expose what could be happening to try and deter it from ever happening.
So how does it work in Wisconsin? If you apply for a driver's license, are you automatically signed up to be registered to vote?
No. And, we still have voter ID here in Wisconsin, which is a good thing. But no, voter registration is completely different from, signing up for a driver's license. You've got to do that separately.
Well, you're doing better than Illinois, so you got that going for you. Not much consolation, I know. Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican from Wisconsin. Senator Johnson, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Stay well. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Football is back, and so is tailgating. Whether it's Friday Night Lights, Saturday College, or Pro Sundays, Solaire portable infrared grills set up fast and heat up quickly. Only 3 minutes to searing hot temperatures, just like the big backyard Solaires. The Solaire grills will make you the master of the tailgater with the juiciest, most flavorful food in the parking lot. The fast grilling times leave you more time to talk up your team, and they cool cool down fast so you won't miss a minute of the game. The Solaire Anywhere and Solaire Everywhere portable infrared grills are perfect for any grilling on the go, from picnics to camping, RVs to boating, but especially tailgating. And they're made in the USA with the confidence of a 100-year-old family business. Amaze your tailgating friends with Solaire infrared grills. Learn more about these fantastic grills at besthotgrill.com. That's besthotgrill.com. besthotgrill.com.
Rick Borick, host of Unleash Your Wealth.
When the stock market struggles, when inflation is high, you need to start looking through the inventory of all your accounts and say, is every one of these investments working as hard as it could be? Because every month during high inflation that you waste, you're losing 8 or 9% a year.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and our new time at 2 p.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Are you a business owner with a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, and a plan for growth, but you just need the right bank? Hi, Mike Gallagher here, letting you know that Signature Bank is all about going the distance for commercial banking customers. It's what Signature Bank does every day. Their team understands that accessibility is key to their culture. In times like these, you want a bank that is there for you to weather the bad times and capitalize on the good. And with Signature Bank by your side, you can't go wrong. It's a true partnership. That's why Signature Bank in Chicago is my bank. That's right, I'm a customer. I believe in what they have to offer. From innovative tech and customized solutions to help your business grow and thrive. Reach out to my friends at Signature Bank. Call 773-467-5630, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
From breaking news and weather across the country to insight from the brightest minds in conservative opinion, it's Salem News Channel, home to the biggest shows on TV, like Hugh Hewitt weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern, followed by Mike Gallagher at 9. Join SNC, where facts are sacred, critical thinking is celebrated, and the pursuit of truth is unwavering. Watch Salem News Channel free, now on Zumo Play. Learn more at snc.tv/Zumo.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
CTA President Dorval Carter says the shooting on the Forest Park Blue Line was a random, isolated incident. We'll see what former Chicago Police Lieutenant John Garrido says to that at 8:08.
Today we're going to have warm conditions, a high of 88 degrees. It's now 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
It is a horror they will never forget. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
I heard bullets going by my head, so I ran back in class and I yelled hey, there's a shooter, they're shooting out there.
He survived, but 2 of his classmates did not. Killed in the school shooting at Appalachia High.
I just was like, this isn't real, this can't be happening.
2 teachers were also murdered. Another was wounded along with 8 other students. The gunman surrendered. A 14-year-old who will be charged as an adult. The FBI investigated Colt Gray last year over school shooting threats.
The suspect denied making the threats online and no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional action by law enforcement. Now, authorities went to the 13-year-old's home then and spoke to his father, who said that he had hunting guns in the house, but his son never had unsupervised access to those guns.
That's Fox's Dana Marie McNichol in Winder, Georgia. Vice President Harris in New Hampshire called the shooting senseless and outrageous.
Parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive.
She wants stricter gun safety laws. Former President Trump, in a statement, called the gunman deranged and a monster, then told Fox's Hannity Town Hall Forum in Pennsylvania last night.
Well, it's a sick and angry world for a lot of reasons, and we're going to make it better. We're going to heal our world.
There will be a hearing this morning in the Trump federal 2020 election interference case, the first one since the indictment was revised after the Supreme Court's immunity ruling for former presidents. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pushing back on President Biden and others critical that he's not doing enough to get a ceasefire in Gaza to free more hostages after Hamas murdered 6 of them. Netanyahu just told Fox.
We agreed in July and in May and July and in August to a deal and to an American proposal. Hamas has consistently said no to every one of them. They don't agree to anything.
America's listening to Fox News.
64 degrees in Chicago. It's 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Authorities continue to investigate a shooting near Western Illinois University. 2 police officers there overnight were shot and critically wounded as they were fulfilling a warrant. 3 suspects charged in connection to the murder of a Chicago postal worker found shot to death inside of a car earlier this year in Orland Park. 2 men and a woman now face charges connected to the murder. One 29-year-old Kieran Williams was arrested by the FBI in mid-August and finally appeared before a judge yesterday on first-degree murder charges. 19 people recovering following a crash involving a prisoner transport vehicle in Lake County. Grays Lake police say that vehicle holding 16 prisoners collided with another car. Most of the injured sent to the hospital for evaluation. A former COO of a suburban company that sold COVID-19 test kits sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for embezzling more than $1.85 million in company funds. And North Riverside police say a car fleeing a traffic stop struck and injured a man last night. It happened around 6 p.m. as that car headed toward Harlem Avenue, where it struck that pedestrian. Then the driver fled on foot. North Riverside police say the search continues for the driver and the investigation continues. Cubs, a no-hitter over the Pirates, 12-0. Combined no-hitter between Shota Imanaga and reliever Porter Hodge. Cody Bellinger and Dansby Swanson with 2-run home runs. White Sox winners 8-1 over the Orioles at Camden Yards. The news a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save an average of 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Verizon is buying Frontier Communications. It's an all-cash deal valued at $20 billion and will help Verizon to compete with AT&T as a fiber service provider. Frontier's more than 2 million fiber subscribers in 25 states will join Verizon's more than 7 million Fios fiber optic service customers. Verizon expects the deal to close in about a year and a half. Volvo Car, which is owned by China's Geely Motors, is lowering expectations for this year, blaming complex market conditions and tariffs on its cars made in China. Another consumer company seeing its customers pulling back. Snack maker Utz Brands is lowering its sales forecast. It produces snacks under multiple names, including Snyder and Bachman. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jimmy Coselda. Invested in you.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $240. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part, my guidance cost you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back, but what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
8:09 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Ingrace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr. Sunday morning at 6:30 on AM 560. Eden's at 48 minutes. Lake Cook Road to the junction. Medical emergency on the outbound side being cleaned up right now with emergency vehicles on the scene between Devon and Gulf Road. Kennedy, right now, due to an earlier accident, it's a mess. 90 minutes plus, probably around 95 right now between Montrose and Armitage. That's your big jam up because of that much earlier accident. On the Ike, stop and go all the way in. 90 minutes, 390 into the old post office. Stevenson, stop and slow. Right now it is, as you begin your trip in from 355, it's 1 hour into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan, 45 minutes into the Circle. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Ruth O'Brien.
Sunshine mixing with clouds today. Very warm with a high 88. Cloudy tonight with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm. Low 63. Breezy, cooler tomorrow with times of clouds and sun with an afternoon shower. High 71. I'm Ruth O'Brien on AM 560, The Answer.
64 at O'Hare. Next news 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So the response from the new Bolsheviks, both locally and nationally, to the two mass shootings this week, one in Forest Park on the Blue Line, 4 dead. The other at that high school in Georgia yesterday, 4 dead.
Yeah, 2 male students and 2 teachers.
The response is nicely encapsulated by Kamala Harris, who took the time to riff on it, as she is wont to do, pointlessly, at a campaign stop in New Hampshire yesterday.
We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way.
She didn't get around to telling us how we could make it not this way. Oh, I mean, I know she's had these ideas previously, back before she was the presidential nominee.
What would you do about the millions of, specifically, assault weapons that are already in circulation? What do you do about those?
Well, there are approximately 5 million, to your point, Craig. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
Mandatory buyback. That's called confiscation.
Yeah,
it's
not
euphemistic
optional.
language. And she also had this to say, a previous iteration of Kamala Harris.
It is outdated, it is wrong-headed thinking to think that the only way you're going to get communities to be safe is to put more police officers on the street.
And, of course, she was opposed to police in schools, too. Again, previous iteration of Kamala Harris. Not sure where she is today.
And then also, again, what we need to do about demilitarizing our schools and taking police officers out of schools. We need to deal with the reality and speak the truth about the inequities around school discipline.
And it was the brave resource school officers who stopped the gunman. Who confronted him and had him put the weapon down before he killed other people.
Yeah, that's a good point. But
God forbid if we have officers in this.
Too much discipline in schools. That's the problem. Too many police in schools. We've militarized our schools. And, of course, too many sport rifles in the hands of sportsmen around the country. If we got the law-abiding to give up their weapons, then the non-law-abiding would follow suit or stop preying on people. I'm not exactly sure what the logic is because I struggle to follow it. Dorval Carter, he's the CTA president I mentioned at the end of last hour. The men and women of the CTA are united in our commitment to making sure we're doing everything in our power to protect you, blah, blah, blah. This was a very random and isolated incident. That may be true, but is violent crime random and isolated on public transport in Chicago?
No.
Yeah. Why is it that there's like a $750 million hole in the budget of CTA, RTA, Metra that they're trying to figure out how to fill because ridership has declined so precipitously since COVID and it's not bounced back? Why isn't it bouncing back?
Because people don't feel safe. I mean, there was even, and then yesterday, there was a CTA employee who was shot outside the Howard station. I mean, it's endless stories about this.
John Garrido is a former Chicago police lieutenant in the 16th District. He's also the president of the Garrido Stray Rescue Foundation, GarridoStrayRescue.org if you want a pet. John, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on the show again.
So, Dorval Carter, isolated incident. Don't make a big deal about it. CTA is fine. Hop on board. And we certainly don't, I mean, according to the philosophy of this party, as you heard nicely recounted by Kamala, we don't need more cops on the streets in places like Chicago. We don't need more cops on CTA platforms. We don't need more cops in schools. We need to demilitarize those places, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's what their default is to go to for their base, what they want to hear. But the fact remains that more officers on the street, having these school resource officers in the schools, and putting some officers on these trains does, in fact, help and keep things and make things safer. It's a fact. With the trains, what people don't realize is because of the migrant situation up here in Chicago, they're filling up all of the shelters. So now the homeless have literally been displaced from the shelters. And while they've always used the trains for sleeping, it's mostly been more of a winter time thing. Now we're seeing an increase in homeless on the trains because they can't go to the shelters. Add that with the mental issues that come with some of the homeless people out there, and then just crazy. I mean, this guy was literally just crazy and decided he was going to go take out 4 of them. But you create these scenarios for this type of stuff to happen because we're not putting our law enforcement where they need to be. Brandon Johnson's got 142 officers on a security detail. He could pull 100, probably 120 off of there and send them to work the CTA platforms and work the CTA trains, and they would make them a lot safer.
Well, also, this individual who killed 4 people on that Forest Park Blue Line, he's had a 10-year history with law enforcement, predominantly, but not limited to, Chicago. So at some point, too, I mean, even though they were not felony charges that he faced, I mean, at some point, you keep the people that you keep running into involved in various crimes. Some included violent crimes, even though they didn't rise to the level of misdemeanor charges. And yet they're dismissed, or or he does some sort of community service and it's expunged and so forth. I mean, maybe there's a conversation that needs to happen about sort of, and maybe police do this and they just don't get cooperation from Fox's office. I don't know. But, the inventorying, using technology today, AI and so forth, the inventorying about people that are repeat offenders, sometimes more violent than other times, but that, when you come across him for the 4th or 5th or 10th or 52nd time, maybe we should think about doing something with respect to these people, whether it is on the mental health side, if that's a discernible issue, or just on the sociopathic side, removal from society, if that's what's necessary.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it goes back to accountability that we just talk about ad nauseum, right? Even for the minor crimes, it's always a slap on the wrist, So they learn that it's not a big deal and it's worth the risk to go out there and do bad things. We just had a rolling gun battle up here in Gladstone Park on 6000 North Elston, and 2 of the offenders that were caught were 21 and 19 years old, and already both of them had arrest and convictions for aggravated UUW and for carjacking. Why are they even out on the street?
Right.
Were they mutual combatants?
Well, these 2 were buddies. They didn't catch the other car that whoever they were shooting at. They were in a stolen car that they crashed, and then they ran into the neighborhood here. And the officers were...
The whole thing, too, about like more police, nobody's saying more police is a panacea, but you have to have some sort of sense of the size of the force you need to respond to the particular landscape you're trying to police. And we know that Chicago is short on that number. The other thing, too, is I just don't understand the philosophy. Then, according to Kamala and people of that particular philosophical bent, why do we have U.S. air marshals randomly on flights? Why don't we stop that if it doesn't matter? If creating doubt in the minds of somebody who intends to do others harm, if that's a pointless exercise, then why don't we just have law enforcement all sit at the station and wait for 911 calls to come in?
Yeah, policing it's just not one size fits all for everything. So you can saturate the south and west side of Chicago with officers, and there's a lot more issues going on over there, right? There's societal issues for the reasons why there's crime, and you got your open air drug markets. But in other neighborhoods, like up here in the northwest side of Chicago, or like in many of these schools, a presence there actually is a deterrent. Most of the bad guys up in the northwest side are driving into the community. If they see police cars driving around, then maybe they won't stop and do anything. Usually they won't. In the schools, if they can actually see police officers in the school there, that would deter them from taking action or doing something in there. But the problem is they just automatically assume, okay, in the schools or on the northwest side of Chicago, southwest side of Chicago, we really don't need officers because it's not that bad in those areas. We're just going to take and pour all these officers into the south and west side of Chicago or put them on the mayor's detail.
And the attitude, too, of the political ruling class here that, everything is an isolated incident. It's a statistic. The kid, the University of Chicago kid who was killed on the Green Line when a bullet pierced the window, right, and shot and hit him in the neck. We had all these violence interrupter type groups manning the platforms last year.
It's got to go down to accountability.
Yeah. Well, you mean political accountability?
Well, there's political accountability, but also, if somebody commits a crime with a handgun, there should be mandatory minimum sentencing for it. Then, if it's not so much that they put all these laws to make it difficult to purchase a weapon, for the law-abiding citizens. But for the bad guys, if you go do an armed robbery, there's no mandatory minimum. They can give you whatever they want or give you nothing at all. I mean, it's ridiculous with the sentencing, how we do this because, we're just, putting people in jail and just, housing them in jail for too long. They need to, I don't know, do something with them. But the fact remains, if they're out there committing crimes with weapons, they should go away. And if you get those people off the street for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, then maybe that would reduce some of the problems that we have in the city.
I was fortunate enough when I was here for 25 years to not have to take public transportation. I don't want to. I'm not going to. And when I visit, I'm not going to because I don't want to either. But for a lot of people, it's the means of getting around. If you don't have a car in the city, work in the city, it's convenient, so on and so forth. And it just, it's just the more of the Stockholm syndrome in this place. It's just you identify with people who don't give a rat's ass about your personal safety. It's really shocking, and it's shocking to me that nobody says it in those uncertain terms.
Yeah, no, it is shocking. That's what it is. It's all become so normalized, right? 4 people killed on a train. Okay, it'll pass. We won't think or talk about it in the next few days after this, and they'll be on to the next one. All of this has become so normalized that people are just numb to it and don't think about it anymore, and they just accept it as normal.
I did want to give you opportunity because I don't think we've spoken to you since the DNC, to your point about bringing overwhelming force on the south and west sides, that's essentially what happened. I mean, the fencing it was something that's you don't want to do in a free society, but I mean, in terms of bringing overwhelming policing to a particular geographic area in Chicago, that's exactly what Snelling did, and Chicago police did a good job. Yeah, it worked.
They did an amazing job. They were allowed to do what needed to be done out there, and there was, like you said, an overwhelming presence of law enforcement. With the outside agencies, were able to fill in places where we didn't have to put our officers, so we were able to put our officers on the front lines out there, and they did an amazing job. And it was. As a retired Chicago police officer, it was exciting to be able to see our officers actually be able to go out there and do what they're supposed to do and be able to enforce the law, and they did it really, really well, and it was really, really cool to see.
Yeah, for those who say, well, you can't do that every day. Well, why not? I thought if it saves one life. I thought that they were the if it saves one life party. Why can't you bring overwhelming police presence to neighborhoods we know? The statistics are pretty straightforward. We know have a heightened incidence of violent crime. Why can't you do that?
Yeah, you should. Like I said, it comes down to the allocation, and when they spend all their time beating up on the police, making us look like the bad guys, then people don't want to become police officers. So now we've had this problem since the George Floyd riots of actually recruiting and getting people to want to even do the job. So there's so many different aspects of how they make it difficult to police. It's not just a matter of their policies that don't allow us to do the job that we want to do. It's everything. It's the whole package that not only that, but it also demonizes law enforcement, and they just make the whole job toxic. It's incredible how they've done it.
Have they changed the standards to become a police officer?
Yeah, they do. They have, and you're going to start to see problems with that as they lower the standards. You're going to see over the next 5-10 years, I guarantee it, you're going to see more problems with some law enforcement because people don't want to take the job anymore. So just to get bodies in cars, they are going to lower the standards, and they have been.
All right, on a happier note, before we let you go, your Throwback Music Fest this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Give us the details on that.
I'm actually out here on Milwaukee Avenue with about 20 contractors standing there waiting for me to finish the interview, but they're setting up. We're going to have a carnival. We're going to have 3 days of music, a car show. It's going to be great. We've got a Journey cover band on Friday night. We've got a Creedence Clearwater Revival cover band on Saturday night. And on Sunday, Seventh Heaven is closing out the fest. And then we've got a lot of bands going all day, every day, and food. And the money that we raise is going to go to the Gladstone Park Scholarship Fund. And we're out here at 6000 North Milwaukee Avenue. It's Milwaukee and Elston, but the north end, Milwaukee and Elston. There's two in Chicago, in case you didn't know.
Okay, Milwaukee and Elston, 6000 North Milwaukee Avenue, Throwback Music Fest, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. John Garrido, he is a retired Chicago Police Lieutenant from the 16th. He's also the president of the Garrido Stray Rescue Foundation, GarridoStrayRescue.org. And again, the Throwback Music Festival this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 6000 North Milwaukee Avenue. Thanks, John.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
As we near retirement age, market volatility can have an enormous impact on our lives. It's one thing if the market drops when you're 29 or 39, but if you're 59 or 69, it's a totally different story. Call us at the Wealth Management Group today, and we can help you create a plan to safeguard your nest egg in the event of market drops. Our number, 833-WMG-PLAN or invest with WMG.com.
Securities and financial planning offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey, folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PREPARE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text PREPARE to 989898. That's PREPARE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Last week, Kamala Harris met the press for the first time since being anointed her party's nominee. If you can call a gentle 18-minute, heavily edited interview with her running mate actually meeting the press. It's clear why Harris is so reluctant to take questions from the media. She isn't good at thinking on her feet and has a tenuous grasp of policy. She's deeply insecure and lacks self-confidence. But when Harris won't talk to the press, she's not just disrespecting them. She's disrespecting us. Kamala Harris owes Americans a straightforward explanation of her views and why she's changed them. We're entitled to know where she wants to lead our country and why. The press is on Harris's side. She may figure she can get away with hiding. But if she keeps doing it, Americans are right to conclude it's because she's got something to hide. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers
is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Second City Cop, his blog. Isolated incident since CTA President Carter. Feel free to jump on public transport in Chicago. An 8-time convicted felon has been given a 7-year sentence for displaying a firearm on the Red Line in Loop. But because he earned so many credits while fighting the charges, he is not required to spend a single day in prison. He was on parole for robbing a Michael Jackson impersonator at the Jackson Red Line.
Oh. Where were the Jacksons?
When he was caught with a gun at the Roosevelt Station. This is back in June of 22.
Okay.
Credits, June of 22. This is September of 24. 7-year suspended sentence for credits earned over 2 years. 8-time convicted felon. No, they're serious about your public safety and public transportation.
They can't even ban them from the trains. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:38, we'll talk to Carol Markowitz a little bit about COVID, a little bit about a wild statement that when did you stop beating your wife, Neil Steinberg, made in a column tackling the war in Gaza. That's 8:38.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
8:32, 69 degrees. A young teen is in custody for the murders of 2 students and 2 teachers at a Georgia high school. Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director Chris Hosen.
Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody.
The 14-year-old will be tried as an adult for opening fire and killing 4 victims at Appalachia High School east of Atlanta. More than a year ago, tips about online posts threatening a school shooting led Georgia police to interview the then 13-year-old. But investigators didn't have enough evidence for an arrest. Russia says it will retaliate against American charges that members of the Russian media are trying to influence the U.S. election. AG Merrick Garland Wednesday filed money laundering charges against 2 employees of the RT network.
2 Russian-based employees of RT, a Russian state-controlled media outlet. They are charged with conspiring to commit money laundering and to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act.
Former President Trump is now questioning the fairness of next week's ABC News debate.
I agreed to do it because they wouldn't do any other network. The other thing is, her best friend is the head of the network. Her husband's best friend is married to the head of the network. And they're going to get the questions.
During a town hall event with Fox News, Trump called ABC News dishonest. Police in Munich have exchanged fire with a gunman near the Israeli consulate, fatally wounding him. Authorities say he may have been planning to attack the consulate on the anniversary of the attack of the 1972 Munich Olympics. Authorities are still on the scene of a shooting near Western Illinois University in Macomb. The shooting happened last night. 2 police officers were shot as they were fulfilling a warrant. They left the scene in critical condition. Reports indicate they're in stable condition this morning. 3 suspects have been charged in connection to the murder of a Chicago postal worker who was found shot to death inside of a car earlier this year in Orland Park. Michaela Williams was found dead inside a vehicle near that scene. A 30-year-old charged with killing 4 people on board a Chicago area CTA train along the Blue Line will remain in custody until trial. Ronnie Davis made his first court appearance on Wednesday. Chicago sports. Cubs combined to no-hit the Pirates 12-0 at Wrigley Field, while the White Sox were winners over the Orioles in a blowout 8-1. Home runs for Nicky Lopez, Andrew Vaughn, and Dominic Fletcher. The news, a service of almostfreeteeth.com. What if you could save an average of 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
If you listen to the mainstream media and the Democrats, you'd think it was a sin to be black and conservative. Well, John Anthony blows up that perception every week on Black and Right. Join John this Saturday afternoon at 4 when he pushes back against the left and its regressive, progressive agenda that tries to dictate how people should think or feel about politics. Listen to Black and Right this Saturday afternoon at 4, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Do you just grin and bear it or bite the bullet when it comes to everyday pain? Don't. Try Relief Factor, a drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, it's developed by doctors. In 3 weeks or less, you'll know whether it works for you like it works for me. Try Relief Factor for yourself. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
In theaters now, Reagan returns to office.
We are the greatest country in the world. We have just forgotten it.
You can run from a bully for so long, but after a while, you're going to have to stand up to him. I am about to start the biggest war of this century.
You told me you wanted to make a difference in this world.
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Reagan. In theaters now. Rated PG-13.
This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auctions. Donley Auctions wants your stuff. They have buyers. They need your items. If you're a collector, contact them and find out the market value. If you know a collector, tell Donley about them. If they sell it, you'll get a Donley's Finder fee. Cha-ching! Cash in your pocket. Randy, what are you on the hunt for now?
We need collectibles for our auction, and you need some extra cash. Not sure what you have? Call us. We know the value, and then you can make the decision. With our worldwide auction audience, we get top dollar. Here's your chance to add some additional money when you need it. 815-923-7000, 815-923-7000. Check us out at DonleyAuctions.com.
Do you have any of these? Call Donley. You know anyone that has any of these things? Call Donley and get Donley's finder's fee. Donley Auctions, 815-923-7000. Tell them Sean sent you.
8:38. Let's get a check of the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is service of True Green. If you want a great-looking lawn next spring, now is the time. Perfect time to get started. Nobody makes it easier or more affordable to get a green, healthy lawn than True Green. Sign up today for an annual plan. Get 50% off one application. TrueGreen.com. Grays Lake, an accident 45 just south of Route 120. North Chicago, Green Bay Road northbound jammed up after Martin Luther King Jr. Drive with an accident. Oak Lawn, an accident, 87th and Cicero. Bartlett, an accident, Lake and Red Oak. Glen Ellen, an accident, Park Boulevard and Duane. Long Grove, Gilmer and Diamond Lake Road, report of an accident. I-80 all jammed up from 8094, jammed up from an earlier accident eastbound between the Bishop Ford and Torrance. Tracking delays on the Jane Addams this morning, I-90 eastbound between Toohey and the Tri-State. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunshine will mix with clouds. Warmer and more humid, high 88. Currently 69. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. This is a remarkable statement, even for when did you stop beating your wife, Neil Steinberg. Neil Steinberg is an apparatchik with state-run media talking about the NPR Times. You may remember it as the Sun Times. He wrote in writing about, and he's inconsequential, but it's indicative of what happens when the media folds in with the state, as the NPR Times has. So he's a good example of the bad example. Not to mention, when you say a statement like I'm about to offer you from Neil Steinberg, everybody on the left should be held to account for what he says, just like every Republican has to answer for anything that is controversial that Trump or any other Republican says. Neil Steinberg writing in the NPR Times, if I had a choice between getting rid of Hamas and getting rid of Netanyahu, I'd choose Netanyahu.
Oh, my God.
So he flacks for new Bolsheviks in Chicago and genocidal terrorists overseas. That's what Neil Steinberg does. Self-loathing, hate-mongering, apparatchik in one of the outposts of the D.C. press corps, talking about Chicago.
That's just an ignorant statement.
He tried to qualify it.
By how? Doing what?
Saying, well, what I mean is there's always going to be another terrorist group, but I can't imagine a worse leader for Israel than Netanyahu.
Hamas just murdered an American and 5 others, hostages. But okay.
Not to mention 1,200 Israelis on October 7th.
And raped women in front of their children.
The logic, though. There's always going to be another terrorist group, but I can't think of a worse leader than Netanyahu. So you choose a terrorist group to stay and a politician to go. I mean, that is just a stunning statement. And it will receive no critical review in Chicago outside of this show, which is why I'm profiling it. Carol Markowitz is a columnist for the New York Post. She's also the co-author of Stolen Youth, How Radicals Are Erasing Innocence and Indoctrinating a Generation. And she's the host of the Carol Markowitz Show on iHeartRadio. Carol, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
I mean, you know, I'd love to have somebody from, Florida by way of New York comment on Neil Steinberg's comment. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the sort of, I mean, that's sort of something that few people would say out loud, but they feel
Right.
emboldened to say something like that.
Yeah. It's, Netanyahu derangement syndrome is not wildly different from Trump derangement syndrome in the U.S. Netanyahu keeps getting elected by the Israeli people. Whatever else you think of them, they're a democratic country who have chosen this leader. And look, I have my problems with Netanyahu, but once you're comparing Netanyahu to a terrorist group, I think you might have gone too far. I think you might have lost the plot. It's possible you do not have control over your emotions anymore, no ability to reason. I think that's where Neil Steinberg is.
Yeah, I think that's a proper diagnosis. Dr. Carol Markowitz joining us.
That's right. I missed my calling.
Yeah, very good. Speaking of agitprop from the left, I found this New York Times piece uproarious, as I normally do. It's my favorite comedy rag. Conservatives fighting over Reagan's legacy overlook what made him successful. New York Times, this columnist from the National Interest, which is a left-wing rag who wrote this op-ed, very concerned about Reagan's legacy and its stewardship. Very, very concerned about it. And they're very worried about this alleged schism within the Republican ranks over who are the rightful heirs to Reagan's legacy, the Trump and Trump supporters, or the never-Trumpers like Bill Kristol and Liz Cheney, who are voting for Kamala Harris. Real close call.
Yeah, who could tell? Again, it doesn't matter what you think of Donald Trump. The Republican Party has chosen him as their nominee. They elected him in 2016. They picked him again in 2020. The idea that Reagan would rebel against what the party wanted is insane to me. I mean, Reagan had the 11th commandment, don't talk bad about Republicans. He was absolutely a guy who would be in favor of what his party chose.
Well, and not right, and not to mention he wouldn't, even if he disagreed with, say, somebody who called his economic supply side economic philosophy voodoo economics, as his running mate did, he wouldn't be running over to support Jimmy Carter or Michael Dukakis.
Right, of course, absolutely, that's the case. And I like to imagine Reagan hearing the words unrealized capital gains and having to explain that, oh yeah, the money you haven't made yet, you're going to be taxed on that. And that's the candidate that you will support under your philosophy. I mean, I could imagine telling that to Ronald Reagan.
Now, next week is the big week where Governor Cuomo, or former Governor Cuomo, is going to be testifying before a Republican committee about his undoings during COVID. And I just can't help but I think people need to remember that he received an Emmy in recognition with his leadership. He wrote a best-selling book called American Crisis: Leadership Lessons from the COVID-19 Pandemic. But what he tried to cover up, and what we hope is going to be exposed next week, is the fact that he put positive COVID patients back into nursing homes.
Yeah. And, what you forgot, Amy, he also made himself a commemorative poster about how he defeated COVID in New York. And this was like September 2020. Obviously, New York would have much more death and many more cases after that. But
do you have a signed copy of that?
I should. I really should. I know people who do have the poster hanging up as, in irony. One thing to remember about the Cuomo directive to introduce COVID-positive patients back into nursing homes is that even in March 2020, we knew who was most susceptible to COVID. We knew it was the elderly. So nobody can say, oh, we didn't know, we had no idea. We had a lot of idea. And the truth is, beyond just doing that, they covered it up, which is unbelievable, except entirely believable in retrospect based on the way he behaved. But they accused the Ron DeSantis administration in Florida of covering up deaths. And that's literally what they did. They underestimated the number of nursing home deaths by around 40%, and they lied to everyone. And they only apologized to two Democrats who were having a tougher election because of these lies.
Maybe they were getting advice and counsel from Chinese Communist Party assets like Kathy Hochul was.
That's right. Yeah. And, I want to know how deep that story goes, because there's a lot of possibility that China manipulated what we did during COVID. I want to know who they talked to. I want to know where they worked. But this is just the start of it.
Yeah. Since you write so much about K through 12 education, I just wanted to get your reaction to what happened in Georgia yesterday, the school shooting where the shooter killed 4 people. And, and are we having the fulsome conversation about the full panoply of issues with respect to safety in schools that we should be? We talked a little bit earlier in the show, for example, about something that RFK Jr. has brought up, actually, which is 40% of teens with a mental health diagnosis and the number of kids on Adderall and the studies about Adderall that suggest it increases the incidence of psychosis. It still doesn't, it's still a small percentage, but a small percentage of millions of kids on Adderall can be a problem, and it's certainly part of the conversation, I think. Your sort of general view on how we're addressing this.
Well, I think that's absolutely right. We're not addressing this. The shooter was known to law enforcement. That's something we hear all the time. Like, when someone is known to law enforcement, I think you need to take far greater care in making sure that they don't get access to weapons, making sure that they can't bring those weapons to school. And I just think, the conversation always goes to legal gun rights, and that's absolutely not the case. I'm sure we're going to find out that this person had guns illegally, and that's, neither here nor there with gun laws. So this pretense that we can get rid of all guns, obviously, is something that comes up after every shooting, after every tragedy. Obviously, it's extremely tragic, but we need to, root causes is what this is all about and what it's been about for a long time.
What are you anticipating, looking forward to, fearing, any of the above about Tuesday night's debate?
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to underestimate Kamala Harris. I think that we haven't seen great debates from her, but that doesn't mean that she can't be prepped for this one. I hope the Trump campaign is ready for her to be a stronger debater than they've seen. Really, I'd love to hear policy. I know that's unlikely, but a girl can dream.
Yeah, right. I mean, it'd be nice if if Trump, I mean, even in his own way, given, how limited he is to sort of change his stripes at this stage, can play the role of a moderator, which is an observation that many have made, but I was the first to make it. No, I'm kidding. But and really just probe, just ask questions in a very neutral way. You were here and you did these things. Now you're saying you're here. Just explain that to us. You can do that over and over again for 90 minutes.
And I'd love to see a calm Trump, similar to what we saw during the Biden debate. I think he can really bring it if he can maintain that attitude. I don't know. I think he's a really good debater overall. I think he did a great job dismantling Hillary. He has had good debates in the past. I don't know. I think if he can maintain calm, which I know for Donald Trump is a bit of a challenge, I really think he can have a good night.
Carol Markowitz is a columnist for the New York Post, co-author of Stolen Youth, How Radicals Are Erasing Innocence and Indoctrinating a Generation. And she's also the host of the Carol Markowitz Show on iHeartRadio. Carol, thank you as always.
Thank you so much, guys. Love being on with you.
Thank you. We love to have you. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Sean Thompson. When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have somebody else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement, but you don't have a plan customized to your goals, it's like kind of taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in the suitcase. Sounds like a stressful way to begin what should be a relaxing time. Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to reduce future taxes, address Social Security and healthcare, and a whole lot more, all with a clear, defined income strategy. Call the Alpha Wealth Group at 630-934-1855. Ask for the complimentary retirement plan. That's 630-934-1855 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on AM 560.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
Having chronic pain due to arthritis or an injury is no fun, and the people around you know that firsthand. So be proactive, take charge. If you want to get rid of this pain, if you want to get back to your normal life where you could play pickleball, run, play golf, then you need to call our good friends at QC Kinetics. We're talking about regenerative medicine. We're talking about using your own body's properties to fix the injury or the arthritis. And what they do, they'll walk you through the process, they'll walk you through the system. But think about it. If you cut your hand, eventually it heals. So call them now to get lasting joint relief without surgery, without pain pills, without cortisone shots, without steroid shots. The consultation is free. They have new locations in Crystal Lake and Gurnee. They also have tens of thousands of satisfied patients, and you could be one too. So see for yourself how it all works. There's appointments on Saturdays. And again, as I mentioned, those new locations in Crystal Lake and Gurnee. The number to call is 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955.
Are your file cabinets stuffed with work orders, invoices, bills of lading, medical records, and or compliance papers? There's a solution to clear the clutter by converting your documents into accessible digital form with the help of IDT. They can scan your documents for you or provide you with the technology to transform your workspace with easy and innovative IoT smart connected scanning technology. IoT smart connected scanning not only captures your information, it connects your documents directly to your existing digital systems, ensuring seamless integration and immediate access. Plus, it works with your existing Microsoft Office 365 technology. Convert those physical files into secure, searchable, easy-to-find digital formats. Goodbye, paper chaos. Hello, streamlined, secure digital environment. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready, the number 4idt.com. IDT, putting paper in its place.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, on the love update, I'm more interested in one couple, and you're interested in another couple.
I'm interested in Fannie.
Yeah, Fonnie to
Fonnie,
you,
oh,
ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that first?
You can start saying, Kamala again, too, and then we're going to get sanctioned. You want to talk about Fonnie and Nathan Wade?
Yeah, because
What about
the
him?
two lovebirds who I thought were broken up showed up together when Fonnie's pregnant daughter was arrested because she had a suspended license. Just here, and the cops thought it was mom, dad.
Mom, dad, who with the
This is Courtney. Yes.
Okay.
Fonnie, nice to meet you.
So,
Nice to meet you.
How dare he not know who Fonnie Willis is?
Apparently her license is suspended.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, her license was suspended because either he didn't know why, but she either didn't show up for a court appearance or didn't pay off some ticket. But it was suspended. She was.
So they had to call Fonnie and Nathan to pick her up because she couldn't drive, right?
They had to take the car.
They take the car because she
took
was
her
transported
into
to
custody,
jail.
Transported to jail.
Right, for processing.
And she took the car, but she never once said, "Don't you know who I am?"
No,
but
that's
the fact
good.
that the body camera, I mean, she can't be that stupid. If she's just telling the world that those two aren't lovers anymore, and she shows up.
Well, why? Why
with
can't
him.
why can't a good friend in a time of need like Nathan Wade showed up with her to provide moral support? I mean, why do you have to appeal
That's
to
her
prurient?
defense, I'm sure.
Why do you have to appeal to prurient interests? You can be friends.
Oh, okay. Or
Yeah.
secret lover.
Let's stay friends. How many times have I heard that?
Oh, it's Dan. It's not you. It's me.
Yeah. No, it's good. I mean, it's the least he could do after she funneled $600,000 his way. He could show up when the daughter's arrested. The worst thing in the world.
Were they together when they got the call, or did she call him after she got the call from police? Ooh.
Yeah, I mean,
these are things I wonder. I mean, if that's what breaking up looks like, okay.
I'm more concerned about America's favorite couple. Obviously, I'm talking about Travis and Taylor. There was an alleged breakup contract that spread online that a PR agency that I guess represents Travis had to dispel. Yeah, debunk. The document said Travis and Taylor have decided to part ways after careful consideration. They both value and respect each other's personal lives and appreciate your respect for privacy during this
difficult time.
Yeah.
We can write these ourselves.
And they're going to remain good friends.
Oh.
So it sounded real. But Full Scope PR says the document is entirely false and fabricated. And they were supposedly, the contract, they were going to be breaking up about September 28th.
Well, they had a specific date.
Very specific. September 28th. They wanted to give America 3+ weeks to process the trauma associated with their breakup. And I thought that was very responsible, which is why, I believed it. But apparently, thank God, this is fake news, and they're still America's sweethearts. Maybe, you know what? Maybe Taylor could help out old Travis, not to mention his brother Jason, consummate that $100 million podcast deal they got by appearing on their podcast.
$100 million? What a racket.
So it could actually be perhaps interesting. Maybe if Taylor would appear and dispel the rumors and the anxiety people like me feel, who of course fell in love with them during the playoffs.
Well, and also I want Brittany Mahomes because she's supporting Trump now. Taylor supporting Kamala allegedly. Let's just see if the two girls can get along.
Don't put that on Taylor.
With different political candidates that they're supporting.
And Travis is stuck in the middle. I feel terrible for him.
All right. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Thanks especially to Justin Kosick, our technical producer extraordinaire, and Quinn McCarthy. Can never forget him. We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott. Good morning, Mike.
You got to have an 18-year-old daughter to know that September 28th is a huge anniversary in Taylor Swift's life in regards to one of her former relationships.
You don't think I knew that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying.
All right.
There you go. Helps to have an 18-year-old at home. Very latest on a no-hitter by the Cubs coming up. WIND Chicago News Time 9.
Pushing back against President Biden. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Israel's prime minister says he's doing everything he can to get a ceasefire deal in Gaza. Days after the president said he wasn't. Benjamin Netanyahu tells Fox it's Hamas blocking it.
They don't want any deal. They just want Israel out.
The pressure on Israel and Netanyahu growing with big protests lately demanding he get a deal done to release hostages after Hamas murdered 6 of them.
To ask Israel to make concessions after this murder is to send a message to Hamas. Murder more hostages, you'll get more concessions.
The day after the U.S. indicted 2 Russians, accusing them of a scheme to spread Russian propaganda online to influence our elections.
With a smile on his face, a possibly mischievous Vladimir Putin endorsed Democrat Kamala Harris as the next U.S. president. The Russian leader praised what he called the vice president's infectious laugh. It means, he said, that everything is fine with her. Analysts say President Putin knows an endorsement from him could be seen as bad news for a White House hopeful.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. The 2020 election interference case against former President Trump's back in court this hour. The judge holding the first hearing since the special counsel revised the indictment after the Supreme Court ruling on criminal immunity for former presidents on official actions taken in office. There are no classes, but there's a lot of mourning in Winder, Georgia, the day after his school shooting.
It was kind of just like it hit hard because none of us wanted to believe it.
2 students and 2 teachers were murdered, 9 others injured. The accused gunman's also a student.